Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Los Angeles City Board of Public Works for Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. Good morning, Dr. Campos.
Good morning, President Good. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for today. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioners Caloza and Villegas. President Good, you do have a quorum. For the record, President Good and Commissioner Villegas is dialing in from their City Hall offices. All other commissioners are dialing in remotely from home. I myself am dialing in from my City Hall office this morning. We're also joined by our General Counsel, Mr. Ted Jordan, who's on the line for today. Mr. President, at this time, we do not have any public comments for individuals for public comments at this time. We did receive 2 public comments through the Google form, and I can read those into the record if you'd like. They appear to be for item number 2, but I can read them nonetheless. We do not have any neighborhood council commentary. We also received 187 comments through our Google form. Again, 2 of those are for public comment, 2 for item number 1, and 183 for item number 2. All those comments have been printed, noted into the record, and have been distributed to all commissioners. I did receive a few more from 9:45 to 10:15 this morning, another 8 that I will go ahead and batch and send those out to all commissioners within the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. And these are all related to item number 2.
Okay. And then as a reminder, so we do actually have a caller for item 1. Did you say that?
No, I was going to get to that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Actually, it's not a caller, no, not item number 1. It's actually number 3. We have 18 callers on the line for item number 2, and we have 1 caller on the line for item number 3.
Oh, got it. Okay. For the okay. All right. Great. So, thank you. Hearing that there's no general public comment or neighborhood council commentary, let's jump in, folks. First, we'll take the minutes or the approval of the minutes from Friday, March 26, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. Any concerns or objections, Vice President Garcia or Commissioner Villegas? Okay. Hearing no objections, the minutes from Friday, March 26, 2021 are adopted forthwith.
Mr. President, if I could, we did receive 2 public comments under the Google form. They appear to be for item number 2, but just for the record, those public comments, one is from, both of them actually were from Emily Olson, and her comment is, please grant this appeal. She did indicate public comment on that item.
Okay.
Both of them are from her.
Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, folks. We have a interesting and full agenda, so let's jump on to item 2. Item 1. Item 1 is these are bids received 10 a.m. for the project in CD5. This is West Side Unit High Voltage Conversion for fiscal year 2021. Work order L204945. The estimated value of the project, the cost of the project, is $2,586,000. Kumi is here with me in person to pull the bids. Dr. Campos, are you coming over? Or no?
I will make my way over, President Good. We did receive 2 comments on item number 1 through Google form. One is from Dr. Tom Williams on item number 1. That commentary has been distributed to all commissioners, and he is against the item. The second comment received is from Brennan Lindner, Lindner, item number 1, but it appears to be for item number 2, and it's against the item. Commentary is, please do not allow this project to be approved. Our neighborhood is under attack, containment with so many tents, RVs, mentally ill people, and there's additional commentary. That comment has been distributed to all commissioners as well. It appears to be item number 2.
Thank you, Dr. Campos.
We'll make my way over to your office.
Thank you. How are you this morning, Jimmy? Good. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the additional 30 seconds or so to run over to your office. Again, we're opening up the bids for the west side unit for high voltage conversion to standard 2021, District 5. We did receive 6 bids in total for this project. First bid is from ProCal Lighting Incorporated for a total bid amount of $6,056,413.63. That's 6056413.63 from ProCal Lighting Incorporated. The second bid received is from Comet Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $3,392,867 even. That's 3392867 from Comet Electric Incorporated. The next bid is from Electmore Belco Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,987,640 even. That's 2987640 from Electmore Belco Electric Incorporated. For the record, line item number 3 has been lined out by the contractor and it has been initiated. The next bid received, bid number 4 for this project is from Servitech Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $2,608,110 even. That's 2608110 from Servitech Electric Incorporated. The next bid received is from KGC Incorporated, doing business as Dynalectric LA, for a total bid amount of $2,843,331 even. That's 2843331 from Dynalectric LA. For the record, line item number 1 has been lined out and initialed by the contractor. The sixth and final bid received for this project is from International Line Builders Incorporated, doing business as ILB Electric, for a total bid amount of $3,140,819 even. That's 3140819 from International Line Builders Incorporated, doing business as ILB Electric. Mr. President, that concludes the bid opening for today's agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Thank you, Kumi. Have a great day.
Mr. President, we will need a motion to receive open and
Okay.
decision.
So do I have a motion to accept these bids?
So moved.
Thank you. I'll take Vice President Garcia, and was that a second from Calissa?
Sure.
Great, thank you. Any concerns or objections, President Pro Tem Davis or Commissioner Gaines?
No objections from me.
All
And
right.
none for me either, thank you.
Great. Thank you all. These bids are then received and adopted forthwith. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right, folks. We're going to hold on item 2 and move forward to item 3. For everyone's edification, we're going to take item 2 last. So hold tight. Item 3 is a communication from the Community Forest Advisory Committee, affectionately known as CFAC. Community Forest Advisory Committee, the Board of Public Works, FY 21 or 2021-2022 budget investment letter recommending the board, 1, receive and file, and 2, forward a copy to the mayor's office of budget and innovation. This letter was received on March 26, 2021. I believe Ms. Billick is with us to present. Is that correct?
That is
I am.
correct.
Hi, Shelley. How are you?
Good morning, President. Good. I'm very, very well. Thank you.
Good. Good morning to you.
Mr.
A little
President,
nervous.
Mr. President, would you like to hear the presentation first or listen to public comments? We have one caller on the line for item number 3.
Let's go ahead and take our public comment, Ms. Billick, and then the floor will be yours.
Great, thank you, Mr. President. Ms. D'Antonio, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 3.
This is Joanne D'Antonio. In addition to being a member of CFAC, appointed by my councilman, who heads the Budget Committee, I am also the founder and chair of the longstanding Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance Trees Committee. Our nearly 70 members support the CFAC budget proposal and want to emphasize the need for hiring an expert chief forester with an environmental science background who will institute better tree preservation, day-to-day practices to help save our city from the impending heat island effect we are facing. We also need to fund an environmental planner in urban forestry to work with developers before creating any structure ideas. So existing trees are considered first. Other cities have this position, but not LA. Funds need to be available for special hardscape considerations that could save a significant street tree under the sidewalk repair program. We need a tree value education program so the public understands why trees are environmentally important and should not be cut down. We should increase the urban forestry budget so it is not behind other cities which allocate so much more. Urban Forestry Division has access to only one nursery, limiting species choices, and saplings are in decline due to lack of watering crews. We need for fees collected to reflect the high value of the ecosystem services lost when a tree is removed. Our new street tree inventory gives us that dollar value, and the entity removing the tree should pay for what taxpayers are losing rather than just processing fees. This and other smart revenue-generating suggestions are in the CFAC letter, which we support. By charging the public for tree infrastructure services, we can support the cost to the city of a properly funded, environmentally sound urban forestry division. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Antonio.
Thank you.
All right. Shelley, good morning again. Welcome. And floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Campos, President Good, commissioners, and thank you for giving us this time to present our letter. Our goal today is to impart not only the importance, but the urgency of investing in our urban forest. Our letter details that really our urban forest is a bargain in the city's infrastructure. It's the only part of the infrastructure that gains value with time. A dollar invested today is going to reap nearly $6 back in benefits. And I know you are all familiar with the environmental benefits of trees because I hear you speak about them, and I thank you for being advocates and champions for our existing trees. What I'd like to really impart is that we need to do a better job of investing in our existing mature trees. We have a lot of great tree planting programs, but those new trees will not give us the value that we want out of a mature tree for 10, 20, 30, 50 years. And we just don't have that kind of time. So we need to invest in better maintenance, better protection of our existing urban forest. I also want to remind you that when the budget was cut back in 2008, we're still suffering the damage from that lack of maintenance. Any maintenance deferred today actually results in a much higher risk liability and in much higher costs in dealing with emergencies. So when we don't water our trees, they get weaker, they lose branches, they fall. So we really need to invest in taking care of our existing mature trees now, especially in the areas of the city that have very few mature trees. Releasing them from agroperm and cement that's choking their trunks, amending their soil, giving them structural pruning, and watering them, that benefit is so much greater than planting a 15-gallon tree. We also have a very high mortality rate from the newly planted trees. So while on paper it might look like we remove one tree and we plant two instead, mathematically that sounds like it's equal, but it's really not. We can't plant our way out of the need for clean air, stormwater capture, wildlife habitat, carbon sequestration, heat island, reduction in heat island. We know that our city is going to get much, much hotter in the next few years. Heat-related deaths will increase. Premature births that result from heat will increase. So this is a matter of public health. It's a matter of livability in the city. It's a matter of shade equity throughout our city. And what we'd like to impart to you is that trees are not just these nice things to look at while we drive down or walk down our streets. They truly are the soldiers against climate change, against pollution, and all of the other benefits. So I hope that our message is loud and clear, and we seek your support in sending this letter to the mayor's budget team. We cannot defer any more budget to the urban forestry programs of the city. I would like, if there's a few more minutes, to ask Isabel, our vice chair. She's prepared a few comments.
Sure.
Hi, thanks. With that general overview
Thanks,
from
Bill.
Shelley. Can you hear me? Yeah. I wanted to speak specifically to development. My name is Isabel Duvivier. I'm the CFAC rep for CD11. I'm also vice chair. I'm the one architect on CFAC, so I have a perspective of someone who builds for a living and who loves designing to house people. I'm concerned that there's a perception that in order to provide housing, nature must take a back seat. I would argue that we can build housing and enhance nature. Our city can be pro-housing and pro-trees. Architects are skilled at designing around restrictions, but they need to be given guidelines and benchmarks. Our problem is the current city culture is very anti-tree. Why should the citizens of LA value their trees if the city doesn't? The lack of funding over the last 20 years demonstrates this. Trees don't belong in a dense city is the old paradigm. For developers of building projects, the city jumps through hoops to incentivize building projects. There are multiple and increasing levels of financial and design incentives to help developers build more housing. Some incentives include yard reductions, parking reductions, additional height, bonus densities. But there are no incentives to protect mature trees. We need to provide similar incentives to save mature trees. We need to give developers tax breaks or fee waivers or extra height, for example, to preserve special trees. We need funding to strategize and integrate tree-friendly and biodiversity-supporting design codes and standards. Giving the urban canopy additional financial resources changes the paradigm. It demonstrates the value of the urban canopy and sends a message that we can be for trees and for housing. Planning is working speedily to update the housing element. They're finalizing the community plan. They're updating the billboard ordinance and creating new ADU standards. But there is no one at planning to speak for trees. For example, the ADU development standards that are coming out now, do not include any literature about trees, and the development of ADUs is decimating mature trees because people are putting parking on their front lawns where there used to be trees. The newly revised billboard ordinance has no language to protect trees, even though it's well known that trees in front of billboards get decimated by billboard companies, and there's no enforcement of that. More funding will allow urban forestry and the city forest officer to engage more fully with building and safety, and would incentivize other city apartments to get more engaged in discussions around trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Okay, colleagues, thank you all very much. Excuse me. I would just say as a threshold matter that we as a board, or I certainly appreciate and respect and admire the commitment and the devotion of CFAC to our urban forest, and excuse me, and appreciate your input always, as you know. So thank you all for this very much. It's obviously a very challenging time, but everything we say is reasoned and thoughtful. So thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments for Ms. Billick or Duvivier or D'Antonio?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, in terms of the funding for this effort, what budget does it come out of? Is it the general fund, or is there a special fund that we have to help enhance the canopy in our city?
Do you want to take it, Billick?
I have to say that we are definitely not experts in the city's fiscal processes. But because we know that the budget is very constrained, and this is an unprecedented year, our letter includes some suggestions for actually generating more revenue. So we were hoping, we were really in understanding of the fact that this is a really hard time to ask for more money. So we've made suggestions like adding a landscape maintenance assessment to the lighting district assessments, creating a green space funding mechanism like the public arts funding mechanism. And some of these will take a longer time to implement, and of course will require the CAO and the attorneys' input. But these are just the ideas that we put together. But again, I think the idea is to realize that our city compared to other cities is far, far behind in a proper amount of funding for the urban forest. Most cities spend about 1% of their overall budget on urban forestry, and we spend 1/4% on our urban forest.
What I can add,
We have a larger canopy as well, is that correct?
We do. We certainly have a much larger area to cover, and our urban forest includes not only public trees, but private trees as well. But I think it's really important to know that the Southern California area is one of only 36 biodiversity hotspots in the entire world. One of only 36 in the entire world. If I could show you a map now, you'd see a big red region right over where we are. And what that means is that we are incredibly rich in species, which all depend on habitat, on trees and plants to live in. But it also means that it's one of the areas that is most threatened by our human activities. So yes, we do have a huge area to cover, but we also are of great value in the world.
Most of our tree maintenance in the urban forestry division is general funded. We also have our tree planting program, which is largely funded by DWP and fundraising that works through city plants. And then there's also our tree and lieu fee, which is my funding that comes in cases where trees are not able to be planted on site. But a lot of the work is general fund, which creates its challenges for sure. But you're certainly right, Ms. Billick. Trees yield for sure.
And actually, you bring up an excellent point because, for example, with the in lieu fee, it does not cover the cost of the replacement trees. We are actually subsidizing those replacement trees from the general fund. So that's another area where if those in lieu fees were higher, we would actually be covering the cost.
All right, thank you. Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Colosa, any questions or comments?
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions for Shelley and Isabel, but I just wanted to thank you both for your time today and for your advocacy and leadership in this space. I really look forward to reading your recommendations more closely, but I think you, in a time of so many competing priorities, you make a great case for why this investment is really critical, and I appreciate you constantly challenging us to look at all the data and the facts. You kind of took a big bow and wrapped it around all these great data points that we've already had in front of us. So I appreciate this letter. And also just wanted to note too, and I'm sure you know this already, but just wanted to note here for others listening, I think the city team, despite the budget challenges, I know have done a really great job trying to chase grant funding and state dollars to help fill in some of these gaps. I also know, and I know Commissioner Villegas has been working closely on this as well, is our other partnerships too, like with the Department of Water and Power to really help boost some of these dollars that I know are critical to our tree planting efforts. So I just wanted to note that, but I just wanted to thank you both, and I look forward to reading your recommendations more closely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Closer. Vice President Garcia.
Give me a second. Yeah, sorry about that. I had a sneeze attack, so I had to go out of video. But thank you so much, Shelley, and I'm sorry, Shelley and Isabel for always being part of CFAC. You had to pivot and really make sure that CFAC continued throughout this pandemic, and even though we're locked down, the trees are still very much important. So I ditto my partner Colosa's comments on taking a look at your letter more closely and seeing how we can, what are the points that we can integrate feasibly, and what are the points that we need more work on. So thank you for keeping CFAC alive and making sure that we're accountable to our trees.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. I too appreciate the letter that you all sent to the board. I just as a note, these types of letters, please brief me in advance. I'm just seeing it today. And it's, somebody who's got this under my purview, and I do so much work on this issue. Anything that I'm working on, I touch base with you all, so I would expect the same reciprocity with me. So please do take that into consideration in the future. I know that Adele was just told about this, just recently as well. These types of things also require some heads up. I'm just telling you this for process. And just as a courtesy, please don't underestimate that. I really appreciate the work that you all do, and I do take note of the issue. This is not an issue that is new. You have all mentioned it to us for some time, so I do respect that aspect of it, but just a heads up is really appreciated. That is all. Thank you.
Absolutely noted, and apologies. We're a little bit new to the process, and I appreciate that feedback. Thank you very much.
President Good, if you don't mind, I'll just interject as well in support of Commissioner Villegas' comments. Occasionally, I actually not here necessarily, but also like to get a heads up on certain matters. So just to remind the commission, if a matter's not particularly time sensitive in that, urgent action must be taken, the board always has the flexibility to chooses to continue an item to allow a more fuller briefing of commissioners or in some cases me. So just to remind you, because I hear Commissioner Villegas' comments. So I think it's always best for the board for the board members to be fully up to speed on the materials that are going to be discussed in your hearing. Just a friendly reminder.
Okay.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. And with that, Dr. Campos, do we need to take action to receive and file, right?
File and forward to the mayor's office, yes.
Yeah, so I will, I'll entertain a motion to move the item forward.
Do we need more information in terms of the various options that have been discussed in the letter to digest, or do we want to expeditiously forward it over?
Well, I would argue that timing matters at this point, and I don't think if we move it forward, I do not think that precludes subsequent deliberation and collaboration between, among others, and in particular, Commissioner Villegas and CFAC, who work together regularly. And in fact, that's what my recommendation would be, that we're on the cusp of budget release, and moving it forward would actually probably be productive or helpful.
Okay. All right.
I would also strongly encourage, per the conversation here, that CFAC brief Commissioner Villegas imminently, and that further conversation around this happen as well.
And Streets LA, I know that they've already made that request to them, but this is the, Streets LA will be, responsible for this. Again, not new information, it's just process, and, nobody likes to be surprised, that's all.
Great. Okay. So do I have a motion to move this forward?
I'll move.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any objections, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Villegas?
None for me.
All right. The item is adopted for. Thank you, Ms. Billick. Thank you, Mr. Vivier. Thank you, Ms. D'Antonio. Y'all have great days. All right. Colleagues, let's go to item number 4. Item number 4 is specifications submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation and solicitation of bids. It's a project in CD6. This is the Valerio Street Lighting Improvement Community Development Block Grant, work order L1919743. Estimated value of the project or cost of the project is $361,193. Bids to be received on May 26, 2021. I will motion to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any concerns, Coloso, Davis, or Garcia?
None for me.
All right. Hearing no concerns or objections, the item and the solicitation and invitation of bids is adopted and moved forward forthwith. Okay, that brings us to item number 2, colleagues, and the many hands that I see on the screen. So item number 2, this is an item of clearly significant and substantial interest, passion, and complexity, and that's reasonable and expected. We're living in an enormously challenging and unprecedented time, and this city and in this nation, and the issues surrounding the item before us impact people in a very real way. I expect and require that we focus on the issue before us. And my expectation is that everyone participating, and I mean everyone that is in our virtual chambers, will do so with respect and openness. Respect for this process, this virtual chamber, and each other. As a matter of housekeeping toward that end, I will remind everyone that if you are not speaking, because there will be presentations given for this item, if you are not speaking, you should please mute yourself. And it's easy to forget that after you've given comment. So for all the folks that are going to have the opportunity to give comment, please just remember to mute yourself after you're done. So here's how we're going to do this. Here in a second, I'm going to read the item into the record, item number 2. We will then hear public comment from any callers who are not actual parties of interest. In other words, they haven't filed an actual appeal, but who want to speak on the item. In other words, the folks identified by Dr. Campos earlier as here to speak on item number 2. We will then hear some brief comments from the applicant, and that's Council District 11, and I believe that Krista Klein, Deputy Chief of Staff, to Mike Bonin, is here for those comments. After that, the Bureau of Engineering will present the item or introduce the item, provide their report, how we got to this point, the basic facts, etc., and then present on their recommendation relative to the item, the appeals. Bureau of Engineering will get up to, so they are not required to use, they will get up to 45 minutes for this presentation. We will then take a brief recess. We will require it. You will all thank me at that moment. We will then hear from the appellants. The appellants will have an opportunity to make their respective cases. We have 2 actual appeals before us. And that is, to be crystal clear for everyone involved here, that will be their time. They can give presentations, provide expert testimony. I believe at least one of our appellants has a presentation to give, etc. That is their time. And each presenting team, again, we have 2, will have up to 45 minutes. We will start with appellant Jay Kurland, and after that, appellant Tracy Park and her presenting team will have the floor as well. After presentations from both sides, BOE and, or I should say, after presentations from BOE and the appellants, the Bureau of Engineering will then get 15 minutes to respond to the appellants. Following that, the appellants will get 15 minutes to respond to BOE. After that, we'll see where we're at, but following that, I'll open the floor to questions and discussion amongst the board. Quickly, there's a couple of matters of sort of threshold housekeeping. I would also note, as I mentioned, the Council District 11 is represented with us today. Krista Klein has joined us. And also, I believe the service provider, PATH, is represented here today as well. Is that correct, Dr. Campos?
Mr. President, I did not confirm whether they're on the line or not. My apologies. I was not looking out for PATH. Okay. Any member on the line that is here with PATH or representing PATH, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute yourself. Any member on the line that's representing PATH, if you'd like to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi, good morning. This is Jennifer Herkteep, the Executive Director of PATH.
Hi there. Thank you so much for joining. And then I believe Jay Kurland and Tracy Park, I assume, are with us along with the presenting teams. And you've got them, Dr. Campos?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining. And then also just want to note for everybody, the board was asked to continue this item. And I took that very seriously and looked very closely. Unfortunately, and everyone should know, as a general rule, if the opportunity exists in a way that would there is consensus around, and in which nobody on either side, no party would be prejudiced by that, or no procedure prejudiced by continuance. We are inclined to be very generous in granting those. In this situation, LAMC section 20, or excuse me, section 12.20.2, section point H, sets very, very clear guidelines for us and for the appellants in terms of when the hearing has to happen. And simply put, it was impossible to either A, ensure consensus among all parties of interest, or B, to ensure that we would not be in violation of our own municipal code by granting that continuance. So my apologies for being unable to do that. But I do want to be clear that there was not insignificant consideration put toward that end, but we're in a position where we cannot compromise the matter at hand. So just want to flag that preemptively for everyone here. With that, let's move into item number 2. Item number 2 is a matter in Council District 11. It is an appeal hearing. That is what we are in moving forward. An appeal hearing, local coastal development permit number 21-01- Ramada Inn Marina Homeless Shelter Project. The Bureau of Engineering is recommending that the Board of Public Works, 1, consider and deny the appeals, 2, determine that based on the whole administrative record, the board's action, which is part of the Ramada Inn Marina Homeless Shelter Project approved and deemed exempt by the Los Angeles City Council on December 10, 2020, is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under the Public Resources Code, section 21080B4, as a specific action necessary to prevent or mitigate an emergency, and is also reflected in CEQA guidelines section 15269C and Health and Safety Code section 50675.1.2. AB 83 is the legislation. 3, approve issuance of the local coastal development permit number 21-01, and 4, specify that the documents constituting the record of proceedings in this matter are located at the office of the Board of Public Works Commission, 200 North Spring Street, 3rd floor, Los Angeles, California, 90012. The Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering, 1149 South Broadway, Suite 600, Los Angeles, California, 90015, and any other relevant city department. So with that, Dr. Campos, let's move to our public comment on the item and start that up. As a reminder, folks, when speaking, you will have 2 minutes, and Dr. Campos will be providing the clock.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Mr. President, we do have 15 callers on the line that have raised their hand. We started with 18, but we lost 3 in the last hour. So again, the Board of Public Works is considering item number 2 at this time. If you have not raised your hand by pressing *9, this is the time to do it. Last call and opportunity. So we will go ahead and take public comments at this time. 2 minutes per speaker. We're going to go ahead and start with Ms. Jennifer Luke. Ms. Jennifer Luke, if you can please press *9 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given, I'm sorry, *6 to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Ms. Luke? Jennifer Luke, if you can please press *6 to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Okay, moving on to the next caller, Anna Roca. Ms. Roca, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. Okay, no response. Moving on to the next caller, Austin Rovetti. My apologies if I mispronounce it. Austin Rovetti, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Mr. Rovetti. Moving on, Jason Geeter. Mr. Geeter, Jason Geeter, if you can please press *6. There you go. Oh, was that you? 947?
It's Jennifer Luke.
Oh, Jennifer, okay. Go ahead.
Good morning.
You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. I'll be swift, and thank you all so much for being stellar human beings and do what you do and be here today. My name is Jen Luke. I have lived in Venice for 30 years. I am against the Ramada plan. Given the Venice Bridge housing encampments, violence, and lack of success with only 7 participants transitioning into housing, at nearly $2 million a head for those 7 folks, I cannot agree to spend residents, business owners, and tourist monies at another project that endangers the safety of our community. It's morally irresponsible, it's 101 bad strategy, and it's fiscally incompetent. Respectfully, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luke. So I will go back to my list. Jason Geeter. Jason Geeter, if you're on the line, if you can please press *6 to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Hearing no response from Jason, we'll move on to Dan Shapiro. Dan Shapiro, if you're on the line, if you can please press *6 to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Mr. Dan Shapiro, last call. Hearing no response. Sean O'Brien. Sean O'Brien.
Yes, hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we got you.
Okay, thank you. It's just so sad, so many people trying to attend these meetings. And, you know, with our work schedules, busy lives and whatnot, it's so hard to keep up with all these meetings. Obviously, the community has spoken that they are not in favor of this project, as am I, not in favor, and wish to grant the appeal. In the first presentation, it was noted that any rooms not available can be had via Airbnb. That was misleading due to the fact that there are several laws now taking several units of Airbnb off the market. So this will have an impact against tourism and, you know, low-income tourism. This was a low-income area. So this will prevent people from actually accessing the area. As stated earlier, the young lady said it before, great presentation, a great speech, whatever, about how bridge housing has failed. This is going to be operated by the same person. They are not good neighbors. One thing that keeps getting failed to be told is this is proposed not to house Venice homeless. This will house the people that are encampment under the 405 freeway at Venice Boulevard. So Bonin complies with Judge Carter. That's what this is all about. It is a waste of money. There is no checks on success. This will be a detriment to that entire neighborhood. It will bring it down. And in my closing, and I thank you for the time if I go a little bit over, Venice is a containment zone. It's been Mike Bonin's plan is to funnel all the homeless into Venice to keep Palisades, Brentwood, the rest of CD11 happy. The rest of the city council is also happy. Bonin sticks his neck out because if I'm finishing up here, but just give me a second. There's nobody speaking. Bonin, the rest of the city council. Just give me a second. I got a couple numbers I want to do. The rest of the city council supports Bonin because they don't want in their district. We
Mr.
are
President,
approaching
Mr. O'Brien is
15%.
also an appellant here, so the appellants are going to have an opportunity to speak. My understanding was this is for public comment, not comments from parties or real parties in interest. Mr. O'Brien, frankly, along with Ms. Luke, are actually listed as appellants. So we say we can't hear them here, but Mr. O'Brien's time is up, I say.
Yeah, I'm fine hearing that. But folks, 2 minutes is not arbitrary. It's actually generous, and it is reflective of the fact that it's a reflective of a matter of fairness. And so there's going to be lots of opportunity. And so not trying to cut folks off, just got to be reasonable. I will always let folks finish their thoughts, but we're going to have to end it at past 2 minutes. So thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and I suspect we'll hear from you more later in the presentation. Go ahead, Dr. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 203. Caller ending in 203. If you can please press *6 at this time. Please identify yourself. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alan Parsons. I'm a Venice homeowner and a Venice resident. PATH, SPY, and VCH collectively are the primary operators of the shelters in Venice. In the first 6 months of opening a bridge home at 100 Sunset, a joint venture between SPY and PATH, the LAPD has responded over 114 times for calls to service. PATH has called on the LAPD to respond to 100 Sunset 114 times. Similarly, a recent SIPA request looking at the LAPD calls for service to any properties owned or operated by VCH, SPY, and PATH revealed that between June 2019 and October 2020, the LAPD had responded nearly 750 times to Venice addresses housing formerly homeless individuals under the supervision of these operators. Looking at PATH alone during this time frame from June 2019 to October 2020, batteries and assaults with a deadly weapon accounted nearly for 35% of all calls to the LAPD for an address managed by them, PATH. Disturbances accounted for 20% of all calls. Overdoses, attempted suicides, and mental illness calls to LAPD accounted for 11% of all calls to LAPD for a property operated by PATH. If PATH is supposed to be providing housing and wraparound services to their facilities, why do we see incredibly high call volume for mental illness, batteries, and assault with deadly weapons at these facilities, even with security and health professionals on site? I would urge the Department of Public Works to grant an appeal, and I encourage you to study the crime and undue burden that the city's 911 services and LAPD, I encourage you to study the crime and undue burden to the city's 911 services and the LAPD that PATH has caused to date. Thank you, and I yield whatever remaining time that I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller, Alan Parsons. Alan Parsons, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Sorry, that was me. Just made public comment. I don't know. I was in the queue twice.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Lower your hand and mute your microphone. Thank you. Let's move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 286. Caller ending in 286. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. Please state your name, and you'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 2. Please go ahead. Caller ending in 286. Your microphone has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah. All right. My name is Jane Pressman. I'm a resident of Venice for 26 years. I live directly around the corner from the proposed Ramada project. I have seen what's happened in Venice in the past couple years. I see that the bridge housing has been a spectacular failure. The encampments are growing every day. Venice is 5% of the land of CD11, yet we have 49% of CD11's homeless people. That is not a coincidence. To speak to someone else's remark earlier, Venice has become a containment zone. Homelessness is up 12.7% in Los Angeles, and in Venice, it's up 57% from 2019. this is not a project. The Ramada Inn is like the gateway on Washington Boulevard to the beach. It's for tourists. My family members, when my house was smaller and I couldn't accommodate out-of-town visitors, they would stay at that Ramada Inn. It's a good, low-cost alternative. It's not something that we want tourists and residents to see when they turn on to Washington Boulevard to see homeless encampments all over the street. LAPD themselves has reported that violent crime has gone up 88% around the bridge housing vicinity since it opened. This is not acceptable. Residents don't want this. I'm a psychiatric nurse. We are not against homeless people. We are not against mentally ill people. This is not being fiscally responsible. It is not being managed from the point of view of a mental health crisis, an addiction crisis. What we have in Venice is a criminal element, and not totally. We have a lot of mentally ill, but we have a very high population of criminal elements and crime. Thank you.
We'll move on. Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 434. Caller ending in 434. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. First, thank you for giving me this time. My name is Bonnie Barrett. I'm a third-generation Venetian. My grandfather built the house I live in the 1920s in the Oxford Triangle, directly across from where the Ramada Inn is. And I request that this appeal be granted. We have all in Venice seen tremendous negative impacts from the existing bridge housing. It has impacted our ability as residents to even have our families have an inexpensive place to stay. The Ramada would. And we've seen before that the bridge project attract a huge number of RV campers that law enforcement, for whatever reason, isn't able to deal with. This makes parking for coastal access very difficult. Previous speakers have spoken about the increased level of street crime, and I'll just tell you from my personal experience, when my family comes to visit, I used to love taking them down to Venice Beach and taking them to the ocean. And it does not feel safe anymore. It doesn't feel safe for residents, and it doesn't feel safe for visitors, and this impedes coastal access. I don't see any reason that the Ramada project will be any different from what we've already experienced, which has been very, very harmful to our community. I also agree with the previous speakers that this is not an effective solution to the homelessness, to the drug crisis, or to the mental illness crisis that we're all seeing unfold before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining.
Oh.
Thank you, Bonnie. We will go ahead and go to the next caller. Let's go with caller 013. Caller 013, if you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 2.
Hello, thank you. It's Andrea Boccoletti. I'm a 13-year resident of Venice, and I support granting the appeal. I don't have any eloquent comments prepared, but I echo the great comments that have been made before me and those of Jennifer Luke. I just don't understand why we're not proposing more cost-effective solutions which will house more people for less. And the thing is, Venice is really overbearing the responsibility of this, and it's not fair. it just, the thing is, we just keep bringing the homeless in. I mean, how many homeless can we take care of in Venice? And the thing is, what is California doing to one of its greatest resources, which is the beach, that people come from all over this county to enjoy, and the tourism and the money that it brings in? Why are we loading it up with these homeless shelters? Put them further east where they can house more people for less money. And yes, the bridge housing that we have already, they have demonstrated how poor, what bad neighbors they are, and how they can't even control the temporary solution that's down there. So what makes us think that they're going to do better with a permanent shelter here? Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 496, caller ending in 496. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. Please state your name. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi there. My name is Bryce Fallon. I live right behind the proposed Ramada project. I oppose it. I echo a lot of the folks' comments who have already spoken. We've already talked about the bridge housing program, and my biggest issue is that our city officials have not proven that they can manage these types of projects. Besides the bridge housing, we can look to the Roadway Inn project that was in Mar Vista. They moved the Penmar encampment there. It upended the neighborhood, disrupted everybody. There was an increase in violence, vandalism. And they, finally had to move them all out. And a lot of those folks are back on the street. So to me, that is a failure. So until our city officials can really prove to us that they have a plan to stop the increase in numbers of homeless folks in Venice, and, when they can prove to us that they can actually get these folks off of the streets in Venice, then I oppose this project. We've been told that we need to accept all of these shelters because we have a majority of the homeless folks in our area, but we get no guarantees that all of our homeless community here will get into these housing projects. So, we're not interested in having all the housing here, as well as all of these folks on the street. So, let's say we do house everyone, and 6 months later, there's 1,000 more homeless people here. Where is the plan for how we're going to handle something like that? I oppose this project. It's not fair to our residents or our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 551. Caller ending in 551. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on item number 2. Please state your name.
My name is Alexandra Jameson, and I'm a resident of Venice and have been for the last 24 years. And I'm against the project for all the reasons that have been very eloquently stated. Bottom line is we all have a great deal of sympathy for the homeless, but this is not an effective solution. Other states keep sending their homeless to LA and giving them a one-way ticket because everyone knows LA will take care of all of them, but we can hardly take care of the ones that we have. They are turning Venice into one big homeless shelter. We have all been aghast by the changes that have taken place over the last few years. I don't know what the exact cost will be per room, but it can't be cost effective when we're talking about the trees and the limited funds, and yet it looks like we're spending between $424,000 to $606,000 per room. And I just can't believe there's not a better way of spending that money for the needy. On the previous section, you talked about the trees and the focus on investing in urban renewal, yet here you all are destroying Venice. There has to be a better way for solving this problem than turning the Ramada Inn into one more homeless shelter, as someone said earlier, that's supposed to be a gateway to the famed Venice Beach. Why, when so much money and time has been spent on these other projects and they have not been successful, why are we then doing the same thing with limited funds at the Ramada Inn? You have all these homeless coming to Venice, and you have all these families that are moving out, and that is a crime too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 711. Caller ending in 711. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, my name is Kelly Kruzik. I've been a Venice resident for, about 8 or 9 years now. And I don't have any numbers or percentages or prepared speech. I'm just a single gal with a 96-year-old father who is afraid to get out of the car in Venice because he knows that 3 seniors have recently been murdered by the homeless. We stop at a traffic light on Venice and Lincoln Boulevard, and young men who are obviously on opioids are banging on our window trying to get money. It's hard for me not to start crying. I moved here and I love my home. I love my neighbors. They're all good, caring people that want to help the homeless. We all went to the meeting years ago, the big meeting where Eric Garcetti and the police chief and Mike Bonin were there promising us that the bridge housing would be the answer to all of our prayers, and what a bait and switch. I have never felt so deceived. So my question is, as a compassionate person whose heart breaks every time I see somebody that's cold on the street or doesn't have enough food, why are we putting the word homeless around all of the people that are on the streets? I have asked this every Zoom call I've been on. Why can't we say this will be a designated shelter for the homeless that are single women with dependent children, veterans, families, but 3 things have to be established. 1, there has to be a criminal background check on these people. 2, they can't be addicts. And 3, they can't be of harm to themselves or others. I think if you would have those parameters and say, okay, we will house all those homeless that really are the people that Eric Garcetti and Mike Bonin sold us on years ago, that these are just people from the West Side that have fallen on hard times and need a temporary step up. I think you'd have 100% participation in this community to house those people. But as long as you continue to insist that it's feasible, safe, that it's reasonable to expect somebody that's mentally deranged to live next door to somebody that's 96 years old that's afraid to get out of his car, we've got a problem. And so that's what I want to say. And please listen to all of us, because this is heartbreaking. I'm ready to sell my house out of fear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller on the line, caller ending in 409, caller ending in 409. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You have 2 minutes to speak on item number 2. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Byron Roach. I live at 1127 Harrison, right across from the Ramada. I've lived here for almost 5 years now. I am absolutely floored that there has been no background checks on the people that are moving in. I mean, to me, that is absolutely unconscionable. I work from home. I observe people walking up and down the street every day, people walking their dogs, children playing, and we're not doing background checks to see who's going to move in here. It's insane. And, I've driven around the city. I looked at all the encampments. There's just trash everywhere, trash and filth. And how is this going to change with this project? There's going to be trash on the streets. You look at the corner of Lincoln and Washington. I mean, there's homeless people on every corner almost every day. If you walk to the Walgreens right now, you'll see people passed out in a puddle of their own urine. Like, this is just going to attract more and more and more of the same type of people. We're going to get encampments starting to pop up on the corner there. We're going to get encampments starting to pop up on Harrison Avenue. The city has given us absolutely no assurance and that they will be held responsible for the crimes that they commit. It's absolutely ridiculous. You look at the Venice Boardwalk, there's just homeless encampment after homeless encampment. I mean, you go on Citizen app every day, multiple times a day, you can see alert, somebody's been assaulted, alert, man with a sword, alert, man with a machete. There's nothing that's going to change. This is not going to improve the neighborhood. It's going to negatively impact our quality of life. A lot of us, because of COVID, have to work from home, and so we're going to have to put up with the constant noise all day, every day from this facility. It's an absolute loser on all accounts. And you say, yes, there's a huge homeless problem in Venice. We have thousands of homeless in Venice. So how is putting 30 people, approximately 30 people in a housing, that's costing $20 million, how is that going to solve the problem? It's putting a bandage on a bullet wound. I mean, we are just bleeding out, and you're saying, oh, we'll just slap a Band-Aid on it for $20 million. It's absolutely unconscionable. It is absolutely devastating for this neighborhood. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. We have 6 more callers. Caller ending in 297. Caller ending in 297. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, this is Adam Carter. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I am for granting the appeal. I live directly across the street from the Ramada. Within 50 feet. It's visible in all my windows. I moved here pretty recently, last 6 months. If I would have known this is going to be converted, I would have moved. I have a young child and another child on the way, and the fact that we aren't taking any precautions for public safety, no background checks, no sobriety requirements, seems irresponsible for the community safety, as well as the fact that we have well-documented cases of similar projects such as Bridge Home in Venice, leading to increase in crime and the impact that has on the surrounding areas. I'm against this project going in unless we can make reasonable accommodations that the people there are the people who actually need help and aren't the people who are causing the problems that's plaguing our community. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 220. Caller ending in 220. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. Please state your name. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, my name is Kale Marvel. I live across the street from Ramada as well, and I lived in Venice for 17 years. I echo everyone's sentiment on the call. I'm against the Ramada for the appeal. Again, I think I'm just frustrated that we continue to throw the same strategy at the problem with little success. Despite even, with the stats from the Venice Bridge Housing and other projects that the city continues to put forth, I think that there's better ways to address the public safety concern and the actual fundamental issues of the homelessness problems, the mental health, the drug addiction, or the fiscal problems that people face. And I would love to see the city work with the community and the people who are on the streets to come up with a better public policy and a fiscal policy that actually helps the problem in the long term, because these short-term projects, they obviously don't help, and it's a bit frustrating to see the same thing. So thank you for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Your comments.
Thank you, Kyle. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 379. Caller ending in 379. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Caller ending in 379. Caller ending in 379. If you can please press *6. Last call for caller ending in 379, area code 917. If you can please press, there you go.
Hello?
We can hear you now. Please state your name.
Yes, thank you. My name is Farrah Summerford. I would like to thank you for your time and attention on this matter, and I wish that this appeal should be granted. I am a Venice homeowner and resident, and I believe that this project has detrimental impact on our local neighborhoods. We've seen this model in the Venice Bridge Housing. It's a failed model with false promises to the neighborhood, increase in crime in which homeless is identified, the word homeless is identified to the 911. We have an increase in crime on the unhoused themselves, which I think is also an issue. And there there's a failure to include reasonable conditions. There's no background checks. There's no sobriety checks. There's no resources in this project to support upward movement. I also would like to bring to bear on this. In general, Venice Beach was the #1 tourist attraction for the city of Los Angeles. We are now have a reputation as being dangerous. I wouldn't go to the beach in Venice. I actually needed to go to the beach one night, and I actually drove to Malibu to do so. I think that I live in the area. I go to dinner on Abbot Kinney. It's 2 blocks. I walk. I was a New Yorker for 20 years. It would never occur to me that my safety was at issue. And I'm driving to Abbot Kinney 2 blocks away so that I don't have to walk myself back home. I think these are real issues. And we're losing revenue. If we have vibrant businesses on the boardwalk, if we have vibrant businesses on Abbot Kinney and in the neighborhood, that's sales tax, that's employment tax, that's occupancy tax for our hotels. That translates into money for the city of LA. Using what are tourist resources for the unhoused doesn't make fiscal sense. It just doesn't. And it's causing an increase in crime for all of us. It's a safety issue. It's a fear issue. And I agree with my citizens, and I thank you for their time.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next caller. We have 3 more callers on the line. Caller ending in 950, caller ending in 950. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please state your name.
Yes, hi. Good late morning. My name is Lisa Redmond, and I am in favor of this project, and I urge the board to deny the appeal. I live across the street from the Ramada project. I'm probably about 1,000 feet from it. I want to urge the board to remember that this hearing is for an appeal on the coastal development permit, which was based on access to the coast and affordability. And I know that people are compassionate and that they have a lot of problems against unhoused population, and it is a massive crisis within our city. I don't know how many board members live within Venice, but it's not just in Venice, it's throughout the city, and we really need to have housing everywhere. So, but bringing this back, that it's not about specifically the safety, although that is an important cause, it is about coastal development permit, and I don't think that this is going to deny any access to the coast by converting this to a resident. I think in anything it's going to make the area more stable, because we aren't going to have an onslaught of guests in and out of the neighborhood. It's going to deny the drive-through back into the neighborhood. That driveway will be closed off. We certainly didn't check the sobriety and have background checks on every motel guest that was there before. There's certainly allowed the CEQA exemption within the law so that we can do this. I know that, as everyone keeps saying about the safety, and even though this hearing isn't technically about that, since it is brought up and it is heavy, it's important that we do need housing. We have to start somewhere, and that by giving people stability, it gives people the access to work on drug problems, to work on their mental health, to get jobs that they don't have by street. Many people, named people on this call, give me specifically a hard time as a homeless advocate, that I'm working very hard to keep people on the street. But I find it ironic that many people are doing the same right now by denying this project and not having an opening for homeless housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next caller on the line, caller ending in 632, caller ending in 632. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, thank you. I've listened to everybody, and I'm so impressed with just about everything that has been said. My name is Bethany Gorfine, and I'm the president of a condo association, Marina Strand Colony 1, on the Venice Marina border. we're all in fear. The Ramada is the first step in permitting the homeless into Marina Del Rey. Lincoln Boulevard, Washington Boulevard, Via Marina, Via Dulce, Pacific, Admiralty are already under attack. Nightly, as somebody suggested, we are hearing reports about the screams, the knife attacks, the fires that exist now. Next step is Mother's Beach, Fisherman's Village, the jetty of the Silver Strand, affecting all of our tourism dollars. Residents are fleeing. Tourism will stop. The specific area on Lincoln and Washington where the Ramada Inn is surrounded by drugstores, restaurants, liquor stores, all contributing to potentially all living with the homeless currently without adding more. I suggest that there's a better way to do this. It's not thought out what it is. Somebody had mentioned the eastern part of the county, which I don't quite understand how between Los Angeles and Palm Springs they can put up a Skechers factory in a day, and yet we can't create a city that will house, educate, and hospitalize and treat people with issues. And to somebody's point, it is absolutely correct that there are people that are homeless because they lost their jobs, because they can't pay their rent, for other reasons than what we're talking about, with no supervision for drug addiction, etc. Okay. I mean, there's so much more to say, and everybody has articulated a piece of what's going on. But fear, tourism, the fact that somebody's 95-year-old father, I get it. I read about those reports.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the last caller, caller ending in 010, caller ending in 010. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak on this item. Last caller, caller ending in 010, caller ending in 010, area code 310. If you can please press *6 at this time to unmute your microphone. You have 2 minutes to speak on this item. There you go.
Hi, my name is Susan Fair Clark, and I'm a longtime resident of the Venice Marina area. And I just have a couple of things to say. I agreed with everything that everyone said, but one individual who suggested that we don't do sobriety checks on tourists, so why would we do them on the homeless? I think that's somewhat offensive. Anyway, I think there are indistinct measures of success, and I think that it seems to be that some people care more about the visual success of getting people off the streets and housing them anywhere. And I don't think that that's a very fair and accurate thing to do. I think that we need to decide if we're going to ask people to get off the streets, where we're going to put them and how we're going to support them. Just capturing people and putting them in a facility is not an answer, particularly when all the studies represent and show that somebody who has been homeless past 1 year, they are already making choices because they're now vested in a community. If you capture somebody and offer and provide services within the first 6 months to a year, those individuals can really be improved. Those situations can be benefited from the social service intervention. But when you're getting people who have been on the streets for a year, 2 years, 3 years, they've made other choices. They've already demonstrated that they may have illnesses beyond what can be benefited from living in a short-term care facility. And I think we have to look at the individuals that we're providing services for and really make a distinction between those that can benefit and choose and want to benefit from these services and those that really don't. And unless we try and separate those communities, we're not going to have the success that we want, which is we want unhoused people to have options and available services. We don't want the mentally ill to be among us. I've been sitting at the corner of Washington and Lincoln and have been accosted twice now by 2 different individuals, and they bang on my window and they get angry because I want the money. I sound very emotional, but it's because because this is now impacting my life. For 4 years, I've never had to pay extra for security. We have now had to pay for extra security and patrol cars because the police are unable to support us. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that clears the queue for public comments on item number 2.
All right. Thank you all for calling in. We very much appreciate the input and your comments, and all are taken in significant consideration. Thank you all. Next up, I believe Krista Klein from Council of District 11, the applicant on the project, is here with us. Good morning, Krista.
Hello, morning.
Hi. Would you like to say some things?
Sure thing. Thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for hearing this item today. As you've heard from all the speakers, it's abundantly clear and no surprise to anybody that we have a homeless crisis in the city of Los Angeles. Over the past year, this crisis has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic to the point of being a humanitarian emergency. The solution to this, within the control of the city, is to provide shelter, housing, and services. Thankfully, the state had stepped up last year with additional funding for shelter for our vulnerable homeless population. This program was called Project Room Key. We have actually a room key in Venice, the Cadillac Hotel, that's been very successful. The Room Key program allowed local jurisdictions to contract with hotels and motels, such as the Cadillac, to provide shelter for our homeless individuals during the pandemic. Recognizing the success of this program, the state wanted to provide a more permanent solution and came up with a program called Project Home Key. Home Key, state program, allows for the purchase of hotels and motels for transitional housing. The time frame of Home Key was incredibly fast. The RFP was issued in July of last year, July 2020. Applications were accepted on a rolling basis through the fall, and purchases had to be complete by the end of the year, by December 30th of 2020. It was incredibly fast. The city met this deadline, and the Ramada is one of 18 sites that were purchased throughout the city. Those other locations are already beginning to open and housing folks out of encampments throughout the rest of the city. They're working on dealing with this crisis. A few facts about this site. The property, as everybody knows, is located in Venice. It has 33 rooms, all of which will be used as transitional housing for between 3 to 5 years as PATH undertakes renovations to convert them into permanent housing. The site will be staffed and secured 24/7. The site will open only onto Washington Boulevard, which is a major thoroughfare, and not into the adjacent neighborhood. There are other motels nearby, such as Jolly Roger, Marina 7, both of which are in 1 mile, and they will continue to serve the visiting public to the coast. In response to some of the appellant's concerns, PATH has provided their code of conduct and a good neighbor policy, which outlines their response to most of their complaints and most of their concerns about public safety. PATH has agreed to address neighbor concerns by ensuring that all vehicular traffic serving the site uses Washington Boulevard. PATH has agreed to address additional neighbor concerns by erecting a landscape screen at the rear of the property to also screen. And PATH has agreed to address more neighbor concerns by providing a 24/7 contact number and to keep in regular touch with those neighbors. In addition, PATH has made other pledges to the community around safety and security. They are managing site access and enforcing no visitor policies. There is a check-in and check-out for all the residents. A minimum of hourly site rounds and a regular review of security camera footage will take place. They will maintain, obviously, they will maintain the site's safety systems and security systems. They will respond in a timely manner to resident and neighbor concerns when they're raised, when they use that 24/7 hotline. They will provide emergency and critical incident response and crisis intervention to the residents. They will manage noise, graffiti, litter, and other concerns and disturbances on the site. And they will oversee all parking and vehicle-related issues as they arise. Citywide context at this moment. As most of you know, the city is participating in a court case called LA Alliance, presided over by Judge Carter. That is driving how the LA region addresses our homeless crisis at this moment. The timeline of opening this project has already been substantially delayed. We wanted to open in March. And we need to get this site open to meet the city's obligations related to this case. We must provide shelter and housing to people experiencing homelessness. This includes the MOU with the county. If we open enough beds in enough time, we get additional funding for services that are desperately needed by this community and that have been raised by most of the speakers in the Chiefs today. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. With that, let's go to our presentations. Dr. Campos, I believe, who's here from the Bureau of Engineering to introduce and kick us off?
Mr. President, we have Miss Maria Martin.
Okay, that's right. Ms. Martin is here. Let's see.
And Maria, if you can turn on your video cam.
I've done so already.
Perfect. Do you need to share your screen?
No, I do not need to share my screen.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Martin.
Good morning, President Good.
You have, I would ask that, as would be standard on the item, that you introduce the item and just set the table, and then you have up to 45 minutes, so you're not obligated to take all of that, Maria.
Thank you so much. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Martin, and I am the Environmental Affairs Officer with the Bureau of Engineering. Briefly, I would like to start my presentation today by outlining the robust and transparent outreach conducted by the Bureau of Engineering for this project. The Bureau held 2 public hearings, hosted the project site, and provided notification both via U.S. Postal Service and email in conformance with the Los Angeles Municipal Code requirements. In addition, the Bureau created a project-specific webpage dedicated to the Ramada Inn Marina Homeless Shelter Coastal Development Permit Project. This webpage readily provided applicable documents and information, such as the application, staff reports, notices, questions and answers, and information on public hearings. The Bureau of Engineering, and now I'm just going to go back a little bit, just give an overview of the process. The Bureau of Engineering received an application for a local coastal development permit from Council District 11 for a project located within the single authority of the coastal zone, within the single jurisdiction authority of the coastal zone. The Los Angeles Municipal Code authorizes the city engineer to issue coastal development permits within the single authority of the coastal zone where the project site is located. The project allows for minor tenant improvements to accommodate Americans with Disabilities Act standards and to provide fire, life, and safety upgrades, as well as a change of use from an existing motel to a temporary crisis and bridge housing homeless shelter, temporary. And the site is 3130 Washington Boulevard in the Venice community, as you have heard already. This project, as you have also heard, is part of the city's and county's effort to meet their commitment to Honorable Judge Carter to provide 6,700 beds and services to people experiencing homelessness. This commitment, as you all probably know, stems from the May 2020 preliminary injunction issued by the U.S. District Court, Central District of California, through the case titled LA Alliance for Human Rights et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al. The injunction found that the combined risks of health impacts from living near freeways and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic constitute an emergency, as it has already been mentioned. The city and the state had also previously, in March 2020, declared an emergency related to the pandemic, affecting the local and the state population. The project, as indicated earlier, the project includes funding under the Project Home Key, which is a state program administered by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which provided $600 million in grant funding to local public entities, including cities such as ours, counties, and other local public entities within California to purchase and rehabilitate housing, including hotels, motels, vacant apartment buildings, and other such buildings, and to convert them into interim or permanent long-term housing. The grant funds had a spending deadline, as Krista Klein indicated, wherein most of the funds allocated had to be spent by December 30th, 2020. The city met this deadline by approving all projects and the site transfer of the site to Projects for Assistance in Transition from Homelessness, known as PATH, the operator. Additionally, as part of the Homeless Roadmap program, the 33 units of the Ramada Inn project are included as part of the 6,700 new interventions, beds, and services for people experiencing homelessness. For the city-county agreement that Krista Klein mentioned, in fiscal year 2021-22, the county will contribute $60 million for services if 6,000 new beds are open and occupiable on July 1st, 2021. The county, however, may deduct $10,000 for every new bed or intervention that is not open and occupiable within 60 days of payment. Because of this, the project needs time to complete the necessary tenant improvements, and time is of the essence to meet the roadmap deadline. As Council District 11 indicated, as Krista Klein indicated, on December 10, 2020, the City Council determined that the project was statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Public Resources Code, Section 2108B4, as a specified action necessary to prevent or mitigate an emergency, and also as reflected in the CEQA guidelines, Section 15269C, and Health and Safety Code Section 50675.1.2, which is also known as AB 83, which are applicable to this project, which is funded from the 2020, or to projects funded from the 2020 Budget Act, or any related acts, including the Coronavirus Relief Fund established by the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, which is called the CARES Act. With funds disbursed in accordance with the multifamily housing program for the acquisition and rehabilitation of motels and hotels to be used as Project Home Key program shelters, and the approved project. So these findings were made in December. Now, let me just very briefly go into the coastal development permit process. We held, in accordance with the municipal code, the Bureau of Engineering, we held 2 public hearings, one on January 29th and a second on February 11th, to correct a minor gap in the mailing radius and to provide for ample opportunity for public input. We received over 200 comments raising several issues, as you have heard during today's hearing, which include public access and safety, recreation, protection of low-cost visitor recreation versus affordable housing, and compliance with the municipal code and the Coastal Act in general. We reviewed comments and prepared our final staff report on March 8th. And on March 8th, the Bureau issued a notice of decision on the local coastal development permit, approving the permit with several conditions. And now I'm just going to briefly go over those conditions, including that PATH shall provide for installation and thereafter maintenance of a barrier along Harrison Avenue to provide improved access control to the project via Washington Boulevard, for PATH staff to be on site, for overnight security guards located on site, for security cameras, for a community hotline, and for use of a homeless management information system, which is commonly known as HMIS, to assist residents to find permanent housing and homeless services. HMIS is a web-based application that is designed to collect information on the characteristics and service needs of persons experiencing homelessness. The system allows agency users and the local homeless services authority, known as LASA, to use collected information for informed programmatic decision maker. So the use of HMIS was also included as one of the conditions within our decision. As you have heard today, 2 appeals of the decision to issue the local coastal development permit were submitted to the Bureau. The appeal from Jay Kurland was received on March 16, and an aggregate appeal was received from Tracy Park on March 17. The Los Angeles Municipal Code requires that any appeal filed with the city engineer shall be heard and decided within 30 days of filing such an appeal, with notice of having been mailed or given to the required parties at least 10 days prior to such hearing. And you will have opportunity to hear, I'm sure, additional information on the appeals, but just to summarize very briefly, appeals, some of the issues raised by the appeal by Ms. Tracy Park et al. Include several claims that are related or relevant to the Coastal Act, including that the project decreases coastal access, decreases public recreation opportunities, adversely impacts public safety, causes significant adverse cumulative effects on a special community, harms the city's ability to secure a certified local coastal program. The city's findings related to the CDP issuance are not supported by facts or evidence was another claim. And the project involves destruction of marine environment. The CDP conditions imposed on the project are not adequate. The CDP did not comply with the municipal code. No fair, objective, or impartial proceeding. The record shows that there are some additional claims made. However, those are the ones that I'm highlighting as relevant to our findings related to whether to issue or not the local coastal development permit. For that, the following 6 findings are required by the Municipal Code Section 12.20.2.g. That the development is in conformity with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Resources Planning and Management Policies of the California Coastal Act. That the permitted development will not prejudice the ability of the City of Los Angeles to prepare a local coastal program that is in conformity with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. That the interpreted guidelines for coastal planning and permits as established by the California Coastal Commission dated February 11, 1977, and any subsequent amendments have been reviewed, analyzed, and considered with regards to the individual project in making our determination. That the decision of the permit granting authority has been guided by any applicable decisions of the California Coastal Commission pursuant to Section 30625 of the California Public Resources Code. And if the development is located between the nearest public road and the sea or shoreline of any body of water located within the coastal zone, that the development is in conformity with public access and public recreation policies. One of the things that I can tell you right now, I'm just going to pause briefly and just remind everyone that this particular site is located approximately 1.3 miles inland from the ocean. The required findings also include any other findings or finding as may be required for the development by the California Environmental Quality Act. As stated earlier, this project is statutorily exempt. To address some of the issues raised related to public access, I will go ahead and provide some information regarding that matter. In carrying out the requirements of Section 4, Article 10 of the California Constitution, maximum access and recreational opportunities shall be provided for all people, consistent with public safety needs and the need to protect public rights, rights of private property owners and natural resources areas from overuse. Lower cost visitor and recreational facilities shall be protected, encouraged, and where feasible provided. Development providing public recreational opportunities are preferred. The public access policies of the Coastal Act shall be implemented in a manner that takes into account the need to regulate the time, place, and matter of public access, depending on the facts and circumstances in each case, included but not limited to the capacity of the site to sustain use and level of intensity. As more fully detailed in the board report, the staff report, and elsewhere in the record, staff found that the demand for low-cost lodging in Venice, including this low-cost hotel, is low. It appears that most tourists who visit the Venice area tend to prefer destination-type boutiques or brand hotels. For those visitors who do not prefer low-budget coastal accommodations, there are options to stay at bed and breakfast and other low-budget visitor accommodations in the coastal zone communities in and adjacent to the Venice community for comparable prices. As it relates to recreation, the use of private lands suitable for visitors serving commercial recreational facilities designed to enhance public opportunities for coastal recreation shall have priority over private residential, general industrial, or general commercial development, and not over agriculture or coastal dependent industry. As stated previously, the project does not constitute new development, but rather a change of use. In reaching our decision to issue the permit, we must balance the Coastal Act's mandates to provide maximum public access, recreation, and development opportunities for all, and to protect, encourage, and provide lower cost visitor and recreational opportunities that embody fundamental principles of environmental justice. Please note that the California Coastal Commission is committed to diversity, equality, and environmental justice to protect the coast for the benefit of all people, including the protection and provision of new affordable housing units within the coastal zone as a fundamental part of coastal access, as exemplified in the Coastal Commission's environmental justice policy adopted in March 2019. As it relates to development, the development sections of the Coastal Act focus on new residential, commercial, or industrial development, and where and how the new development is sited or how it takes place. This project, as mentioned already, does not consist of any new development and does not change the intensity of use of the site. It changes the use from a hotel to interim housing for people experiencing homelessness. The project is consistent with the zoning, scale, height, etc. of the site's zoning, and thus consistent with the underlying land use policies and plan for this particular site. The Coastal Act requires new development to maintain public access to the coast by providing adequate parking facilities or providing substitute means of serving the development, transportation. I highlight this not because this is new development, but because I'm just giving you an example of what's actually required if this were new development. However, this is not new development. Per the Venice specific plan, the prior motel had a legal non-conforming parking that displaced on-street coastal parking. This project includes 9 required spaces in a surplus of 17 parking spaces for a total of 26 on-site parking spaces and up to 15 bicycle parking spaces. As further documented on the final staff report and elsewhere in the record, this is appropriate for 33 interim affordable housing units, 3 employee spaces, and 3 spaces for daily operations. So that is as it relates to parking. Again, I was speaking about new facilities, but I wanted to just highlight that although this is a new development, this particular change of use is in compliance with the required code as far as parking is concerned. Additionally, the Coastal Act states that the legislature finds and declares that it is important for the Commission to encourage the protection of existing facilities for persons of low and moderate income in the coastal zone. Further, the Coastal Act states that when acting on a coastal development permit, the issuing agency or the Coastal Commission, in this case, the issuing agency would be the Coastal Commission on appeal, may consider environmental justice or the equitable distribution of environmental benefits throughout the state. The Coastal Act prefers that low-cost visitor recreation facilities are built when feasible within the coastal zone. However, the lack of affordable housing within the city as a whole, as well as in the community of Venice, has exacerbated the homeless crisis in the area, as you have heard today already. The homelessness crisis should be taken into account to assess the need to regulate the time, place, and manner of low-cost visitor and recreation access depending on the facts and circumstances. The proposed project provides interim housing units, 100% of which are designated as interim affordable, with supporting services for people experiencing homelessness, including drug and mental health counseling and housing case management. And again, I bring this up to just put the fact that we at Bureau of Engineering considered and reviewed the policies that are applicable to the Coastal Commission, necessary for us to make the 6 required findings to issue the CDP. Now, regarding public access, protection of low-cost visitor recreation uses, the project provides interim affordable housing for people experiencing homelessness in the coastal zone. The project would support housing units. For
Maria, can you go back a little? We lost some of what you just said.
Experiencing homelessness. Did you hear when I began to talk about public access? Can you hear me?
Go ahead and continue. Start back there.
Regarding public access, protection of low-cost visitor recreation uses, the project provides interim affordable housing here in by introducing housing in the Venice coastal zone. As you heard earlier, the project would convert 33 motel rooms to interim supportive housing units for people experiencing homelessness. According to PATH, the Ramada Inn was being used to house people experiencing homelessness through housing vouchers before it was acquired by the city. The Coastal Act Section 30210 requires that provision for maximum access and recreational opportunities for all people, including people occupying the interim housing, are made available. The project will prioritize people experiencing homelessness from the Venice community that surrounds the site, with service providers that will be located on site to address any potential issues, as I have indicated before earlier. So next, I would like to speak as to whether this would impact the City of Los Angeles' ability to prepare a local coastal program, since that is another finding that we must make. Because the project conforms with the applicable community plan and specific plans and the relevant provisions and policies of the Coastal Act, as I have already indicated, related to the site zoning, mass, scale, use, etc. The project will not prejudice the ability of the city to prepare a local coastal plan in conformity with the Coastal Act requirements and amendments. Regarding the interpretive guidelines for coastal planning and permits as established by the California Coastal Commission, as noted in the record, the California Coastal Commission's interpretive guidelines for the Venice area have been reviewed and considered in preparation of our findings. Regarding the decision of the permit granting authority, whether it has been guided by any applicable decision of the California Coastal Commission pursuant to Section 30625 of the Public Resources Code, the decision of the permit granting authority, as evidenced in the ample staff report and record for this project, has been guided by any applicable decision of the California Coastal Commission for this section of the Public Resources Code. In regards as to whether the development is located between the nearest public road and the sea or shoreline of any body of water located within the coastal zone, the development is in conformity with public access and public recreation policies of Chapter 3. The development, as I mentioned before, is not located between the nearest public road and the sea or the shoreline of any body of water located within the coastal zone. Excuse me. As the project site is located approximately 1.3 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean within an urban area along Washington Boulevard. Related to any other findings that may be required related to CEQA pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, the City of Los Angeles City Council found the project to be statutorily exempt, December 10, 2020. And there is a recommendation for the board to do the same. In summary, the project does not include new development. The project includes the change of use from a motel to an interim crisis and bridge housing homeless shelter, and the interior and exterior tenant improvements of the existing two-story motel, As I mentioned before, the project site is located approximately 1.3 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean, near the boundary of the coastal zone, within an urban area along Washington Boulevard. There are no scenic corridors, and there are no coastal dependent resources adjacent or near the project site. The project is consistent with the character of the surrounding development and will not adversely impact coastal resources consistent with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, including but not limited to public access, recreation, and development. This project removes people from living on the street. Further, it protects public rights, rights of private property owners, and natural resource areas from overuse by helping the city and the county meet the commitment to the court to provide beds and services, and by helping reduce the number of encampments in the community. It places persons experiencing homelessness into an organized setting managed by a service provider with counselors. It provides housing and safety, which helps alleviate public health and safety concerns and issues. And it improves public access for the community, as it has already been stated, given that there will be a boundary, that access will be controlled, and based on the conditions of approval that I already mentioned. For the reasons stated in my brief presentation and the record of the proceedings, staff finds that the project is consistent with applicable sections of the Coastal Act, and that we provide the necessary information to make the 6 required findings for issuance of a local coastal development permit. As such, staff recommends that the board deny the appeals. That concludes this part of my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Martin. We appreciate that. What we will do now is take a brief recess. We will make this a 10-minute recess. We will return at 12:25 p.m. All right, colleagues and folks, thank you all. When we return, yes, Ted.
You're muted. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Thank you, President Good. So, and I'm going to thank you for the break, as you said we would thank you. So, just because I know we had indicated that the parties had certain times. I wanted to just go ahead and stay on the record that Bureau of Engineering's presentation by my stopwatch was approximately 27 minutes, 45 that you allotted. I wanted to just state that now, because there's some issue.
Appreciate it and taken for sure. When we come back, the appellants will have the opportunity to make their presentation, starting with Jay Curland, and then following with Tracy Park and her presenting team. Dr. Campos will be, I'm sure, is in contact with y'all to get you to facilitate whatever needs to happen, okay?
Everyone's ready.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 12:25.
The board is now in recess until about 12:25. Those of you that are joining us and staying with us on the line, please note that the City Council audio line is open and the public commentary line is open, so therefore everyone can listen in. We will go ahead and stop the recording at this time, or pause the recording. First, great. Mr. Chair, I do have confirmation that we are now back in record mode. It is 12:27. Would you like me to establish quorum again?
Yes, sir. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, reestablishing quorum at 12:27 p.m. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioners Villegas and Caloza are present. President Good, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right, welcome back, folks. Thank you so much. We will now move into appellants' presentations. Ms. Carlin, I would ask that you kick us off. As a reminder, each presenting party, so in this case, Ms. Carlin, as well as Ms. Park and the presenting team, I see a bunch of folks. Hi, good morning, or I'm sorry, good afternoon. Are all here. Thank you all. So, Ms. Curlin, so each team has up to, though you're not obligated to use, 45 minutes. So, Ms. Curlin, why don't you kick us off? Dr. Campos will keep time. And as a reminder, we're not doing Q&A at this point. After each group of appellants do presentations, the Bureau of Engineering will have an opportunity to respond, and then you all have an opportunity to respond as well. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curlin.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jen Curland. I've lived in the marina for 26 years. And I do support the appeal in addition to all the reasons people have said. And one thing I'd really like to point out that even though this may be just a coastal commission, is it affecting access to the beach? It is important to look at all things holistically. I have witnessed and followed over the years many items here in the marina where maybe we have a few more layers of jurisdiction. The small beaches and harbor, the small boaters, and then coastal commission, and then we go to the various commissions downtown. And if everyone just looks in their bubble and not their piece of the pie, instead collectively things are missed, and we really need to consider all these factors, not whether or not one can still see sand from Washington and Lincoln. The overall project needs to be considered on the impact, not just whether or not an agency has dotted the I's and crossed the T's on various forms. This does not clearly reflect the impact to the community. Public safety is definitely a concern. Public safety does affect access to the beach. Merely having a telephone number to call and security cameras are meaningless. I mean, we all know this. There's so much crime. If you have not personally called, I'm sure you have a neighbor who's called and the police says, what do you want us to do? What can we do? You stand there with your own security footage and nothing can be done. Calling a number does not stop crime. It does not prevent anything. And the city's failure to take these things into account, and it doesn't even matter if the city becomes liable because there's just not enough resources for anything to be done. And putting the homeless in housing does not solve the problem without supportive services. Any psychologist can tell you that they can put someone in a home, but unless you solve their problems, it's not doing anything. And I know I'm digressing to what other people say, but it's all related. And we do not necessarily have more homeless now because of COVID-19. I think they're using this situation, quote, as an emergency to get this passed. This increased homelessness has started well before COVID-19. But related to COVID-19, we have these small, in Washington and elsewhere nearby, they're struggling to stay in business. And one of the ways they can do this is have sidewalk seating. And who wants to eat in front of these restaurants when there's homeless RVs? And we know it's going to come. We can't just put our head in the sand and say we're going to put 33 people in 33 rooms and it's not going to exacerbate the problem. The money needs to be better spent with a cohesive plan, and the whole plan needs to be considered, not just does this meet this particular coastal commission access to the beach. And I will reiterate that tourism should be declining. And I have a relative who's nowhere near the situation who calls me and says, this is on the news. Look at all those homeless shelters on Venice Beach. I mean, the word is getting out, and that does affect tourism. So housing is not a right. It's a privilege that comes with responsibility. And I hope we think of this as a collective issue and need a proper way to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlin. Used 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Are you?
So if I can defer my time to the other appellant, that's fine.
Respectfully, I'm not going to allow that, but I will give the appellants 45 minutes, which I trust they can use. But if you're done, and I'm not pushing you at all, we'll move on to Ms. Park and her team.
All right. Thank you, President Good, and thank you, Ms. Curlin, for those very insightful comments. We are going to be presenting a PowerPoint today, and I have a team of community members with me who will also be presenting. Each one of the presenters will introduce themselves when they get to their segment of our presentation. So with that, if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. Sorry, hold on, let me get this into presentation mode first. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second.
'21, we're all used to it, don't worry.
Yeah, I've got it in. Yep, sorry, here we go. Okay, so can everybody see the slide that says Community Appeal of CDP 2101?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, I am going to turn over the initial segment of our presentation to Clarence Carter, and I will join the presentation team a little bit later in the presentation. So with that, Cece, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, President Good and the honorable members of the board. If I may just sum up the 200 emails that you guys have gotten and over 20 phone calls that we got, I just want to say that we're hurting here in Venice. We are hurting. My name is Clarence Carter, and I've lived in Venice for over 20 years. I'm a 17-year resident on Harrison. I live about 50 feet from the proposed development. I am a member of the Venice Neighborhood Council. I'm a former chair of the Education Committee, as well as a former chair of the Safety Committee for the Venice Neighborhood Council. And I'm here on behalf of over 400 families and businesses that are near this proposed shelter. I would like to open the presentation by introducing our community. President's Row and Oxford Triangle, we are a hard-working, classed residential neighborhood in Venice. We are diverse and we're a diverse community of families, and we wish to maintain a safe, secure, protected, and very clean community. And we work hard to achieve that. We are a caring community. We not only look out for each other, if there's work to be done, all of us jump in and we get that work done. Many of us are active in the community. We serve on councils, commissions to organize beach cleanups, food drives. We volunteer for numerous amounts of charities. And we are all about our neighborhood and all about Venice as a whole. One of the many things that makes President's Row and Oxford Triangle so special is that we are a community of families. Within a 2-minute walk from this proposed development are numerous preschools and elementary schools. We also have numerous faith centers peppered throughout our community. These schools, churches, and synagogues are the heart of President's Row and Oxford Triangle. BOE tries to create a misleading impression that because the proposed development is on a lot that is designated as commercial, that somehow the entire area is commercial. But as you can clearly see from this aerial view, that truly is not the case. President's Row and Oxford Triangle are residential neighborhoods beset by Washington Boulevard. Washington is the main thoroughfare with the bike lane leading to Marina del Rey, Washington Square, and the Venice Pier, all heavily trafficked tourist destinations. Washington Boulevard is literally the gateway to the beach. The stretch of Washington all the way to the beach is lined with small businesses and restaurants with year-round sidewalk dining. Washington Boulevard destinations attract significant pedestrians, bike, and vehicle traffic all year round. The red pen that you see, that is the Ramada Inn. And as you can see, aside from Coeur d'Alene Elementary School, it's the largest property in President's Row among residential housing. The two large buildings you see across the street, that is a restaurant and a Jewish synagogue. Think about that. In its report to the board, BOE continually implies that because the project's location is just over a mile to the beach, it should not, and I repeat, it should not be entitled to the protections of the Coastal Act. But when you actually look at the proximity to the various coastal resources, the public recreation, such as the boating and marina and the bike path, it is very clear that this proposed development is right smack dab in the middle of a special coastal community. Do not be fooled.
Hi, I'm Tracy Carpenter, and I live in the President's Row neighborhood. To follow up on Mr. Carter's comments, we want it to be known that as a community, we are highly concerned about the health and welfare of the unhoused population. We see every day that people are suffering, and we're furious about the conditions of those living on the streets. We are willing to do our part to help address the problem, but the project in its currently proposed form does nothing to alleviate the homeless problem here in Venice, and it does nothing to address serious public safety concerns. The community requested reasonable conditions which are set forth in the appeal to address our concerns. However, BOE declined to adopt any of the conditions that were most important to keep our neighbors, family, and children safe. Currently, there are no requirements that path demonstrate results or success, and there's no remedy for the neighbors if problems develop at the shelter, like the ones we have seen at other shelters in Venice. Without these conditions, the proposed development is simply not feasible or appropriate for the community where the city intends to place it. The neighbors on Harrison learned about the project in mid-December 2020 when a contractor bidding on work at the property, who happens to be friends with a Harrison resident, spilled the beans. Neighbors contacted Councilman Bonin's office and insisted on a meeting to find out what was going on. Only then did the city share its plans in an invitation-only meeting with about 10 Harrison residents. Another small invitation-only meeting followed. After citing closed meeting laws, there was another community meeting with less than 24 hours notice where residents trying to ask questions were cut off and little project information was shared. There has been no effort by the city or PATH to involve the community in the planning of this development. By the time the community found out what was going on, the city had already purchased the property, selected PATH as the service provider with no RFP, and entered into a regulatory agreement mandating that the Ramada Inn be operated as a homeless shelter for the next 55 years to serve a target population of chronically homeless individuals residing under freeways. We don't even have a freeway in Venice. The claims by the city and PATH that this shelter will help alleviate the homeless problem in Venice is simply false. They are literally going to bring homeless people from outside of Venice, specifically from the encampment under the 405 that is known for its criminal activity. We want to help solve the homeless problem, but our experience here in Venice has not been good. Similar projects peppered throughout our tiny 3-square-mile community have led to significant increase in crime, violence, drug use, and spillover encampments. When the Venice Bridge Home was first announced, Councilman Bonin, Mayor Garcetti, and other city leaders held a town hall meeting in Venice where they promised that in exchange for hosting the Bridge Home facility, that encampments would not be allowed and that the neighborhood would be kept clean, safe, and there would be increased security. None of those promises were kept. The area around the Bridge Home, which is also operated by PATH, has developed into chaos and lawlessness. There have been fires, shootings, assaults, and murders. There are spillover encampments taking up blocks and blocks of sidewalk and spilling onto Oceanfront Walk and the beach. Crime and violence in the area has spiked, and the neighbors living there are afraid to go outside. What was a thriving residential neighborhood a block from the beach is now filthy and unsafe. Particularly troubling to us is the fact that in 2020, PATH only transitioned a total of 7 individuals from the Bridge Home facility into permanent housing. Part of the deal at the Venice Bridge Home was PATH's Good Neighbor policy. They're proposing the same policy for our community near the Ramada Inn shelter, but the policy has been meaningless at the Bridge Home, and we have no reason to believe it will be any better here. In fact, PATH is already violating the policy. As I mentioned, there were 2 very small meetings with an exclusive handful of residents who happened to get invited. Most of the outreach that's been done has been conducted by the community itself. The Good Neighbor policy simply is not sufficient. It does nothing to keep our neighborhood clean and safe. And if PATH or its residents violate the policy, there is no remedy for neighbors. The city keeps saying, "Don't worry, it's going to be fine." If that's the case, then they should be willing to agree to the reasonable requests we've made. We have no reason to believe that everything is going to be fine. Just take a look. This is the image of the area across from the Bridge Home before it opened. The following images are the areas around Bridge Home since it opened, where the sprawl of encampments and crime has increased dramatically. We have no doubt that if this project is approved as presented, you'll be reading articles about the broken promises of the Ramada, just as you can read about the broken promises at Bridge Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. My name is Steve Sanders, and I have lived across the street from the Ramada for 20 years. Thank you for your time today. We are not here to deny housing for those who desperately need and want it. Rather, shine light on changes to our community we can observe and are statistically provable, so you might better guide policy rather than repeat the failed practices we're seeing today. The photos you've seen are from the last 3 months and taken by residents in the neighborhood. There's no disputing that homelessness and crime have always existed in Venice, but when the Bridge Home opened and subsequent funneling of homeless individuals into Venice from other communities, things changed drastically. Data compiled through PRA requests by local maths whiz Alan Parsons in the first 6 months of operation at the Bridge Home, LAPD received a staggering 114 calls for service, including 17 batteries, 14 assaults with a deadly weapon, and 16 disturbances. According to Pacific Division Captain Embridge, any business with such a high call volume would be subject to abatement procedures. Because the tenants at the Ramada would have their own rooms, PATH hopes things will be different. However, facilities similar to this proposed project, like VCH's 204 Lincoln, which has only 13 people and each with private rooms, LAPD reported 128 calls for service in an 18-month period. In an example of a project home key gone bad, After the Penmar Park encampment residents were moved to the Roadway Inn in Culver City, their police department received 152 calls for service in 6 weeks, prompting the Culver City mayor to pull the plug. Evidence you can't just put anyone into these programs and have it be successful. An independent planning study by Pacific Urbanism did a deep dive into affordable housing in the city of Los Angeles. Aside from Skid Row, at 1 per acre, Venice has the highest concentration of homeless individuals in Los Angeles. Of course, Venice is primarily residential, where Skid Row has mostly commercial and industrial. The overconcentration of services in Venice is an issue that the LA Alliance has raised in its much publicized lawsuit against the city and county. BOE claims that the proposed Ramada Inn shelter is necessary because Venice needs more affordable housing. Venice proudly can say we offer 3.5 affordable housing units per 100 persons, more than the rest of CD11 combined. In contrast, Pacific Palisades and Brentwood combine for only 0.21 units of affordable housing per 100 people. Including the Ramada Inn shelter, we currently have 15 new and pending homeless facilities, which will add another 500 units of affordable housing to the 2,000 we already have. But it cannot be denied that as these facilities and services spring up, the homeless from other parts of the city come to Venice. If this project is approved, President's Row and Oxford Triangle will have 4 facilities within 1,000 feet in each direction. All of this right next to 2 elementary schools and numerous other preschools. We are consistently hearing concerns from neighbors how many of these families will have 2 homeless facilities within 2 blocks of their homes. While it may be the case that more housing is necessary to address the current crisis, the burden should be shared across the communities of Los Angeles, not concentrated in this tiny beachside community. Similar to Skid Row, what Venice needs is decompression, not the addition of more shelters and the problems that come with them. While the city tries to use COVID pandemic to justify all sorts of reasons why they can't or won't address the problems around other similar facilities, the claim is a red herring. The County of LA Health Department has shown the increase in fentanyl and street drugs is the real culprit for the recent and alarming spikes in mortality among people experiencing homelessness. Drug and alcohol overdoses account for 30% of all deaths, while the other top 4 causes have close links to substance abuse. It's astounding how the city has encouraged our unhoused neighbors to congregate so close to the free flow sources of exactly what's killing them. Based on those conditions, the health department advises prioritize housing placement for people experiencing homelessness that have completed inpatient or outpatient substance or disorder and mental health services, which is consistent with our request for the Ramada residents be housing ready. If this project is going to move forward and be a success, this guidance is paramount. Venice Boardwalk and Beach Park, the second biggest tourist destination in Southern California, has become an extension of the Bridge Home spillover encampment, which now extends from 3rd Avenue to the Sand, where the Cadillac Hotel, another Bridge Home, is. The alleys and walkways blocked by tents and personal belongings are scattered everywhere, making it virtually impossible to get by. On Harrison Avenue, we have several disabled and elderly who need to use the sidewalk. Among the conditions we ask for is that residents of the Ramada not be permitted to live in the hotel and also keep camps outside. We also ask that our streets and sidewalks be kept clear and free of debris. So far, the city has refused. On March 24th, an encampment fire burned 5 acres of critical marine environment in Bologna wetlands. The fire department could not access the fire hydrant because it was blocked by an inoperable RV home, another example of failed policy. Because these spillover encampments have been permitted to grow without rules or enforcement, one of the serious problems are the constant fires. As we explained in our briefing to you, encampment fires have become a nearly daily occurrence over the last couple of months, most linked to people experiencing homelessness who have come here seeking services and no enforcement. At the end of January, a tent fire in the Bridge Home spillover encampment on Oceanfront Walk engulfed a large commercial structure. It took about 150 firefighters several hours to put it out. These fires endanger lives and property on a daily basis, and they are a dramatic impact on public safety resources. Is this what we are to expect?
Hi, I'm Robin Rudisil, and I've been living in Venice for 18 years, and I've been a coastal advocate for the majority of that time. I'm past elected chair of the Venice Neighborhood Council Board and land use chair, and a monthly speaker at the Coastal Commission meetings, and very experienced with the Coastal Act and the Certified Venice Land Use Plan. The Coastal Act was adopted in 1976. This was landmark legislation and was enacted to protect and maximize public access to the shoreline, protect coastal natural resources, and balance development and conservation. The Coastal Act governs development in the coastal zone and establishes numerous important goals, including maximizing public access, maximizing public recreation opportunities, public participation, promoting public safety, health, and welfare, and protecting lower-cost visitor and recreation facilities. It's very important for the board to keep these additional critical goals of the Coastal Act in mind when considering this proposed development, including protecting popular visitor destinations for recreation uses, protecting and restoring overall quality of the coastal zone, prioritizing developments providing public recreation opportunities, minimizing adverse impacts to coastal resources, avoiding long-term costs to the public, avoiding diminished quality of life resulting from misuse of coastal resources, and resolving policy conflicts in favor of protecting coastal resources.
Ms. Rudisil, if you could hold 1 second, just as a reminder to everybody, if you're not speaking, please make sure and mute. We're getting some feedback from somebody. I'm sure it's completely unintentional. It's just a reminder. Go ahead, Ms. Rudisil. Sorry, I just didn't want you to be interrupted.
Thank you, President Good. Okay, there are many significant violations of the Coastal Act related to this proposed development. The city engineer has made significant errors and has abused its discretion in its findings because the Ramada proposal violates the Coastal Act in that it eliminates a lower cost visitor serving motel. It excludes diverse and working class tourists and visitors. It impedes and deters opportunities for coastal access and public recreation. It leads to diminished quality of life for residents and businesses. It violates constitutional rights of private property owners, does not protect or restore the overall quality of the coastal zone. It causes numerous adverse cumulative impacts, and there have been repeated due process violations. Coastal Act Section 3001 declares that in order to promote public safety, health, and welfare, it's necessary to protect the coastal zone and prevent its deterioration and destruction. However, this project is not consistent with Coastal Act Section 3001 or Coastal Act Section 3210. There are no conditions in the permit designed to enhance public safety, no conditions to keep the surrounding area clean. There's no ability to effectively manage the residents of the shelter, no eviction for criminal conduct, no requirement to accept services or get sober, and the safety issues at the similar projects in Venice are well documented. The BOE has erred in its approval decision as this project causes adverse impacts on tourism. By taking away a lower cost visitor accommodation, the project leads to exclusion of lower income, budget conscious tourists seeking an affordable place to stay. BOE's response to those visitors is basically find an Airbnb or stay somewhere else. This is unacceptable and an offense to Venice's proud history and tradition as a place for all people to visit. Venice used to be one of the most famous tourist destinations in all of California, second most visited in Southern California, and the most popular visitor destination in the coastal zone. And Venice took pride in hosting nearly 10 million diverse visitors from around the world. Taking away an affordable motel like the Ramada Inn and claiming without any data or evidence and saying that the only tourists who can afford boutique or destination type hotels are welcome in Venice violates the letter and the intent of the Coastal Act, and that is a gross error by the BOE. Further, the city fails to mention that its recent home sharing ordinance already drastically reduced the availability and supply of Airbnb locations. Thus, this project would perpetuate the adverse cumulative impact of a loss of lower cost visitor accommodations. In its staff report, the city identified 8 properties it feels are sufficient to host the 10 million visitors who come to Venice. This is ridiculous and wrong. Tourism is finally picking up again, and we have the Olympics coming to LA. And not only do our local businesses need your your support by boosting tourism, we need to plan for a huge influx of visitors. And more generally, as a result of the pandemic, families and visitors are looking for ways to vacation and recreate in safe ways. Trips to the beach satisfy that need, but taking away affordable hotels like the Ramada and allowing Venice Beach to devolve into an unsafe and unwelcoming environment is likely to change the character of Venice and this special coastal community, coastal resource for decades to come. The most expensive hotels are those right on the beach, and that is why it's so important to preserve neighborhood hotels like the Ramada just a little further away. It's precisely those hotels that bring diverse visitors from all walks of life and from all parts of the world to Venice Beach. I looked at a few recent reviews on TripAdvisor and Yelp just yesterday. There were dozens of bad reviews warning visitors to stay away. The comments included things like, absolutely disgusting. That was the last time I ever bring my kids to Venice. And we walked a block east to get away from the beach, but it was even worse. We couldn't even get by the tents all over the sidewalks. I would not recommend visiting this area. It's just gross and unsafe for visitors. And next year, I'm going to Florida. We are in a tourism crisis, and the last thing we should do is something like this project, which will only make it worse. The project actually impedes coastal access and recreation, as it eliminates a lower-cost visitor-serving motel from a limited inventory. It discriminates against diverse and working-class tourists and visitors, and it deters the public from using Venice Beach. This project takes away an affordable hotel from an already limited inventory. The failure of applicants to properly manage similar developments has led to a decline in tourism, and drugs, crime, violence at the beach, as well as blocked streets and sidewalks and unsanitary conditions. Businesses are closing down. This project also causes adverse impacts on marine environment. The spillover encampments lead to runoff and contamination from human waste, drug needles, trash, rodents, and other biohazards. Those things go directly into our storm drains and thus into the ocean. Here you can see the 3rd Avenue storm drain, which drains right onto the sand on Venice Beach. The waste, garbage, and other biohazards from the nearby Bridge Home Shelter spillover encampment end up right here on the beach where children play. Coastal Act Section 3253E states that new development shall, where appropriate, protect special communities and neighborhoods that, because of their unique characteristics, are popular visitor destinations for recreation uses. Well, the Venice Coastal Zone is designated by the Coastal Commission as a special coastal community. So again, the BOE errs in finding that this project protects the special coastal community of Venice. They claim that because we are about a mile from the beach, our community somehow is not part of the special coastal community. This is false. All of the Venice Coastal Zone is a coastal resource. Washington Boulevard is a major thoroughfare to the beach and fishing pier, and its bike paths lead to not only the beach, but also directly to boating, fishing, and other water recreation activities in Marina del Rey and Fisherman's Village, less than half a mile away. Our neighborhood is also a popular place to rent bikes or scooters to ride up to the beach. To claim that somehow our neighborhoods are not part of the Venice Special Coastal Community, which includes all of the Venice Coastal Zone, its visitor destination points, and recreation uses, is a significant error by the BOE. The BOE errs and abuses its discretion as this project causes numerous adverse cumulative impacts, which violates the Coastal Act Section 3105.5 and 3250A. The decision maker must consider the cumulative impacts of the proposed shelter, along with the effects of past similar projects, effects of similar current projects, and effects of probable future projects. There are cumulative impacts on tourism, on neighborhoods, special coastal community, on public safety, on beach access, on public recreation, and on marine environment.
Good afternoon again. My name is Tracy Park, and I live on Harrison Avenue directly across the street from the proposed development. The Coastal Act requires that developments in the coastal zone be consistent with the constitutional rights of property owners. There are several significant constitutional violations implicated by this proposed development. First, while it may not be popular and it may be inconvenient for the city, Article 34 of the California Constitution mandates that publicly funded housing projects be subject to a vote in the local community where the project will be placed. No such effort has been undertaken with respect to this project. Further, Article 1, Section 7 of the California Constitution and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantee the public due process and participation in government decisions affecting their rights. As I will explain more in a moment, the public's due process rights have been repeatedly violated by the city in connection with this proposal. The proposed development also violates Article 1, Section 19 of the California Constitution because the city's actions in using Venice as a containment zone while ignoring public safety and preservation of existing communities has limited, damaged, or burdened private property owners and businesses so substantially that they rise to the level of a regulatory taking without just compensation. The city is already being sued by at least one other family near the Bridge home for violation of Section 19. This claim or cause of action has also been alleged against the city and the county in the LA Alliance lawsuit. If applicants allow the same public nuisance conditions at the Ramada shelter that have persisted at other Venice shelters, it will face significant liability. Now I'd like to speak to due process. From the outset, this project has been riddled with violations. As you are aware, the Coastal Act expressly states that planning and implementation of such developments should include the widest opportunity for public participation. Here, the city has done its best to limit public input. As Ms. Carpenter already mentioned, the public was wholly excluded from all of the preliminary discussions about the purchase and intended governance of this project. The city did not even bother to consult with the Venice Neighborhood Council before making its plans for the property. With respect to the CDP hearings, among numerous other violations which are set forth in our briefing documents, BOE drew a 100-foot notification circle out into the middle of Washington Boulevard in order to avoid giving notice to local residents. When you look at the image, which we took directly from the CDP application exhibit, you can see that the city gave notice to a parking lot and a dentist's office. At the second hearing, the city left all of the notices from the first hearing taped to three sides of the Ramada building and only posted one notice with the correct date and time on a sign hidden behind a construction fence on the less trafficked Harrison side of the property. The first hearing for the second hearing, only 7 residents on Harrison Avenue actually received a letter from the city notifying them about the hearing. The rest of President's Row and Oxford Triangle were not notified by the city at all. The only reason more people showed up at the second hearing is because I personally spent hundreds of dollars of my own money printing flyers and going door to door in the neighborhoods. This is all outreach work that the city and PAC should have done and promised to do in their good neighbor agreement and failed to do. And there's no real secret why they didn't do it. It's because the community simply does not support this proposed development in its current form. The public comments at the second hearing and again today were overwhelmingly opposed to the project. If you want to know what the people who are going to be directly impacted by this actually think, I would ask you to please review Exhibit 11 to the community appeal. I compiled all of the written comments for you on a thumb drive, which were submitted to BOE with our appeal. Even more importantly, notice of today's hearing was not mailed to the more than 400 individuals that have joined in this community appeal. Even though I was the person to submit the appeal on behalf of the community, I didn't even get a letter in the mail from BOE notifying me about today's proceedings. I emailed Ms. Schatzo at the BOE multiple times asking for clarification about today's proceedings, but to this day, she has not responded to me. If this project is approved, it is going to significantly change the character of our community for the next 5.5 decades. The city is well aware that there are hundreds of people who have a stake in this hearing and today's outcome, and it is absolutely unconscionable that the city did not bother to notify the appellants about today's proceedings. This project also violates the Coastal Act because it involves long-term costs to the public. On December 7th, 2020, the City Council approved the purchase of 5 motels, including the Ramada Inn. Appellants have noted in a written briefing that none of those 5 properties are actually part of California's Project Home Key, despite the city insisting on referring to this as a Project Home Key location. The price tag for the Ramada alone includes the $10.2 million purchase price, but ongoing financial obligations totaling millions of dollars for ongoing services, maintenance, and other expenses. Notably, because this project is not part of Project Home Key, the city is not entitled to the exemptions on which it relies, which renders the notice of exemption defective. Moreover, because the regulatory agreement mandates that this facility be operated as a homeless shelter for the next 55 years, there is no real dispute here that this involves ongoing long-term costs to the public in violation of the Act. To recap the comments of our prior presenters, this project presents significant issues that have not been adequately addressed by the city. We know from the very serious problems at the Venice Bridge home that PATH is not capable of effectively managing a population of individuals who are not housing ready. The area around the Venice Bridge home has devolved into complete squalor and lawlessness in all the ways that we've presented to you. A key goal of the Coastal Act is to avoid diminished quality of life resulting from the misuse of coastal resources. We as a community are rightly concerned about the cumulative detrimental impacts of this and other similar projects in Venice and the diminished quality of life that has resulted for all of us living in Venice. I briefly want to address the city's arguments regarding environmental justice. Environmental justice is important. No one community should have to bear the brunt of developments that cause adverse environmental impacts. Here, however, the city's arguments about environmental justice simply have no application. There's no issue here with respect to access to the coast for the homeless. Building this shelter does not impact whether or not people experiencing homelessness can go to the beach. The overconcentration of services has actually deprived the residents of environmental justice. Moreover, environmental justice is not a catch-all phrase that should be used to push through projects that do not actually comply with the Act. I also briefly want to address the city's arguments regarding affordable housing. Coastal Act Section 30604F refers to housing opportunities for persons of low and moderate income as defined in Government Code Section 65589.6, which refers to renting or selling homes to families of low or moderate income and reserving a certain number of affordable units in multifamily dwellings. Low and moderate income is defined in the federal regulations. Similarly, the Venice Land Use Plan relies on guidelines set forth in the California Health and Safety Code and the Government Code. Noticeably absent from BOE's findings and recommendations to the board is any analysis of how or why those definitions apply here. Why is that? Because they don't. Addressing homelessness by simply calling transitional shelters affordable housing and trying to fit it within the parameters of the Coastal Act is not proper. The Coastal Act is not a housing statute. Yes, it is important to provide affordable housing to those displaced by expensive developments in the coastal zone, but that is just not the circumstance here. The city has provided no data on to support that this shelter protects or replaces affordable housing opportunities. The people that they are planning to move into the shelter are not even coming from the coastal zone. This project, which concentrates seriously mentally ill, and active substance abusers into one location on a transitional basis while the city figures out what to do with them, is not consistent with the affordable housing goals of the Coastal Act and not compliant with the other governing statutory definitions related to affordable housing. This project also does meet the definition under the Coastal Act of a new development because of the change in density and intensity of the use of the land. If you look at Coastal Act section 30106, development means a change in the density or intensity. BOE offers no compelling analysis to the change in density or intensity. It wants us to assume that having 33 full-time residents, their animals, their belongings, plus staff and service providers is the same thing as visitors and tourists coming through for short stays. This facility will now be serving 99 meals per day and running laundry for services. Those significant changes to the density and intensity have not been adequately analyzed or presented by BOE. Finally, under the Coastal Act, where there is a conflict in competing policies, such conflict should be resolved in a manner that, on balance, is most protective of significant coastal resources. There are competing policies at stake in this dispute, but appellants have shown you with real data and real analysis the cumulative impacts of these shelters and facilities have overall detrimentally impacted this special coastal community. Accordingly, BOE has abused its discretion in approving this permit. Accordingly, the appeal should be granted. We all acknowledge that there is a homelessness crisis and that housing is important, but there must be some reason and order as to how the city approaches this problem, and there must be consideration of whether a proposed development such as this is appropriate in the community where it will be placed. Venice is at its breaking point, and we are begging for the city to help us. If this project is going to be approved, despite all of the valid legal and factual objections that we've raised, we ask respectfully that you please review our requested conditions and work with us to protect public safety and set this project up for a successful outcome for everyone. Thank you very much for your time and your attention this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Park, Ms. Rudisil, Mr. Carter, Mr. Sanders, Ms. Carpenter. Hope I didn't miss anybody. That was 40 minutes. Thank you. Y'all did it well. Thank you. Okay. Let's. I'd like to now give Bureau of Engineering an opportunity to respond to the appeal or to the appeal presentations. Ms. Martin, good afternoon again. Welcome back. The floor is yours. You've heard the appeals, the appeal presentations, and you're not obligated to respond, but would certainly welcome any responses you may have. You're muted, Ms. Martin.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, indeed. This is absolutely a challenging project, and I absolutely agree that it is a project about balancing. And we have certainly, as the record will reflect, taken into consideration the balance that must occur for us to make a decision. Please, simply because I state the location of the site, it does not mean that we did not take into consideration the fact that the site is located within the coastal zone. We did focus on matters related to public access and whether the project was impeding or impacting public access. As we stated before, related to the fact that parking is sufficient, related to the fact that a perimeter barrier toward the rear of the facility will be used to control access, related to the fact that there are no changes to the sidewalks or the street capacity. We made our findings based on factual information that is included in the record. Additionally, regarding the storm drain, etc., yes, indeed, stormwater does impact the quality of the water quality of the beach. And yes, indeed, the trash and the various items that make themselves to the ocean have impacted the water quality of the beach. However, please note that this particular project, again, as I stated, it's not changing the use. This project is going to have the services on site, and this project will actually be taking some of the people experiencing homelessness from the actual street into the facility, therefore helping increase some of these potential issues that are addressed to coastal resources. As I've stated on the record, access is not impacted by the project. Rather, there will be some improvements related to the landscape and the access control of the site. Regarding to some of the issues that have been raised regarding the number of homeless in Venice, indeed, Venice has experienced a substantial increase in homelessness over the past 2 years. As of January 2020, our record shows that there are a total of approximately 1,981 people experiencing homelessness in Venice. The number of people experiencing homelessness in Venice increased more than 50%, 57% from 2019 to 2020. And sheltered people experiencing homelessness increased from about 33%, and unsheltered people experiencing homelessness increased more than about 65% over the same period. You can see the statistics and the information as it relates to homelessness, which are included in the staff report and also the other documentation that we submitted. So we did take into consideration these various issues. The total population of the city of Los Angeles is approximately 4 million, with a total of approximately 41,290 people experiencing homelessness, according to the last data. Approximately 1% of the people in the city are experiencing homelessness. The total population in the community of Venice, according to the records that we found, is approximately 36,898. And with a total of approximately 1,988 people experiencing homelessness, that is about 5%. So indeed, just to state and make some comparisons regarding some of the data that we included in our report, we looked at the area of Venice and the data on people experiencing homelessness in Venice. We looked at the city overall. We took into consideration issues of access. We balanced the need, basically the priorities of the Coastal Act as they relate to public access and recreation opportunities and development as well, and balance that with the recent guidance from the Coastal Commission as it relates to environmental justice in the light of how that relates to affordable housing. We found that we are consistent in our findings. We have sufficient evidence on the record to support our findings. Some of the low-cost budget hotels that we found are in the area are located within the vicinity of Washington Boulevard, Rose Avenue, Lincoln Boulevard, Washington Boulevard, etc. So as you will see in the record, we did a thorough analysis regarding availability or for recreational uses and for recreational users. Yes, there is a large number of people who want to come to this area, but equally, as was mentioned, not all of the 10,000 visitors or the number that was included here, not everyone is the needs for the visitors vary. And that's what we found, that the need varies, and that there is a variety of lodging opportunities within the area, including the high-end lodging as well as affordable lodging. The occupancy rate for California for accommodations, motel, hotel, etc., declined over the last couple of years, as you know. And the Wyndham Hotel chain, who owned the Ramada Inn or owns the Ramada Inn brand, has reported a decline in their occupancy rate by about approximately 30%. Again, we have a robust record. Robust record. Additionally, regarding the issue about the notification, as I explained during my presentation earlier, the city conducted its mailing in accordance with the municipal code. A second hearing was scheduled indeed because of an error in the radius mailing, because we identified that some of the properties were not captured. As such, we went back, we redid the radius, we went ahead and captured the required 100 feet within the property boundaries of all the parcels. We went ahead and we did the mailing. Regarding this particular hearing, and again, as I indicated earlier, we prepared a project website, which we thoroughly advertised during the first hearing, and we also advertised during the second hearing, and made everybody aware that the documentation was there. We did get some inquiries from various members, including Ms. Park, regarding the appeal form, regarding the appeal procedures. We have been updating our website to include information that can be equally distributed to the public so that it could be readily accessible for anyone. Additionally, I have had communication with Ms. Park providing information on the procedures for this hearing. If Ms. Chuso did not respond, perhaps it may have been because I, as her supervisor, responded. I have emails confirming, or I have emails in the record that show that I indeed provided information to Ms. Park and also to the other appellant. Regarding the mailing for the particular hearing, we did provide notification. Primarily, I will agree that the notification via U.S. Postal Service may have been more limited. We did provide notification via U.S. Postal Services and relied on the electronic records and in our electronic database of interested parties gathered during the hearings and provided an email blast with the notification for this public hearing. As is evident by the interest that there is for this project and by the attendance that we are having here and that we have had for the hearings and the numerous comments that have been received, Outreach has been extensive. I do appreciate the fact that Ms. Park has also conducted outreach. I do appreciate that. However, the city, the Bureau of Engineering, has done an outstanding outreach and has done numerous email blasts of the notices as we have moved through the process. We have, in addition to that, we have posted the site. In addition to that, we have also done U.S. Postal Service deliveries via U.S. mail. So we've conducted all of that. Regarding the comment about the posting on site, we have experienced some challenges at this site as some of the postings that we have that we did for both public hearings were taken down. And so we did have some challenges maintaining the postings on site. So maybe perhaps that's why the only visible posting may have been the one that was behind the gate. However, there were additional postings that were also provided. Thank you very much. I understand that I've taken my time, that I've already used my time. Dr. Campos, do I have 1 more minute?
Yes, you have 11 minutes. You have 4 more minutes left.
I also wanted to lastly say that I would like to thank the team of the Bureau of Engineering Environmental Management Group, and that in spite of budget challenges and an approximately 50% vacancy rate in our group due to retirements and transfers, as well as the pandemic, our team went above and beyond to ensure that we provided ample opportunities for public input and conducted countless hours of research, as it is reflected in the record for this project. Addressing the homelessness crisis in the city is a priority to protect a vulnerable segment of the population. I do recognize that. And I especially want to thank Eileen Schutzo, who remained transparent, who followed the Coastal Act policies and the municipal code so that we could provide that transparency to the public. Eileen Schutzo and other members of my team spent countless hours to ensure that we provided and afforded that to the community. Lastly, I would like to thank Jim Doty for inspiring us to serve the city and to be transparent and objective in our duties and responsibilities as civil servants. Thank you very much, and that concludes my response.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. You're all good? You still have 2.5 minutes. Okay.
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. All right. Let's start with Ms. Carlin. Is Ms. Carlin still with us? Does not look like it. Is that okay? Okay, Ms. Park and team, you now have 15 minutes. You now have 15 minutes for response to Ms. Martin's response to your presentation.
Thank you, President Good. There are a number of things that I'd like to mention here. Ms. Martin acknowledged that there has been a substantial increase in the number of homeless here in Venice. Obviously, that fact is not in dispute. With the overconcentration of shelters and services in Venice, this problem has been funneled into our very tiny coastal community. As you've heard previously, we in Venice are only 3.1 square miles. We are a very small community, and you've seen from the aerial maps and other data that we've presented to you that our communities are being choked by this problem. And it's not so much it is the objection to shelters as it is the objection to the city's failure to adequately manage the problems that emanate from the shelter. The spillover encampments, the garbage, the crime, the trash, the pollution, and all of that. Ms. Martin noted in her comments with respect to the availability of alternative locations for visitors to Venice Beach. She identified 8 motels. You know, Venice receives approximately 10 million visitors per year. And I find the claim from BOE that because there was lower occupancy in this motel over the last year, that this was an appropriate conversion of use to be wholly disingenuous. I should not have to point out that we have been in the middle of a pandemic for the last year, and people have been subject to stay-at-home orders and travel bans. Of course, the number of people staying in hotels was down. And instead of spending our coronavirus relief funds and other COVID relief-related dollars boosting our economy and helping to preserve these very important lower-cost visitor-serving accommodations in our special coastal zone, what we have seen instead is what I find to be predatory and exploitative behavior by the city in taking advantage of the pandemic in order to push through a project that is not popular in its current form with the local community. Ms. Martin referenced how the Wyndham hotels have, you know, had this decline in stock prices was mentioned in the BOE report. And I just wanted to note that the CEO of Wyndham on April 1st of this year noted that just the last 2 weeks of April have seen the highest occupancy rate since last March. And occupancy rates at Wyndham hotels are now back to 85% of where they were in 2019. Tourism is absolutely critical to a thriving business community here in Venice. And not only have our businesses been choked and shuttered because of this pandemic, the homeless encampments and the related crime problem and the trash problem and the violence problem has been and continues to be a significant deterrent to tourism in Venice Beach. And unless and until the city can get a hold of that issue and start to manage that problem, it's just not appropriate to continue to open these shelters in our communities without any kind of guarantees or assurances that our concerns about sanitary conditions and public safety are adequately addressed. In our appeal, we set forth a number of reasonable conditions designed to not only make this proposed shelter development a success, and the city needs a success. We don't have a single example of a success anywhere on the west side of Los Angeles, and certainly not here in Venice. But we've also included conditions that are critical to keeping our communities and our families and our children safe. We're not asking for anything extraordinary. And if the city is so certain that this project is not going to be a problem, then why aren't they willing to incorporate some of those conditions that we've asked for? I also want to speak to the due process violations. And I don't need to repeat everything that is in our brief and in our supplemental briefing. I know that you have that, and I'm confident that you have or will read it before you make your decision on this. But with respect to this appeal and today's proceedings, I am speaking on behalf of more than 400 individuals and local businesses that are begging for your intervention. They are stakeholders, and their participation in this process is mandated by the Coastal Act. When I submitted our initial community brief, I provided to BOE a very clear, organized table that has the name and mailing address of every single appellant on it. And I specifically said in the appeal document with the table of appellants, please mail written notice of those hearings to all of the appellants. It was critical here that the due process rights of the community be protected and preserved. And I just heard Ms. Martin say that she didn't do that she relied on some notice of interested parties that was developed after the first CDP hearing that has about 10 people on it. I'm the lead appellant and I didn't get a notice. Ms. Carpenter didn't get a notice. Ms. Rudisill didn't get a notice. It is absolutely unconscionable that for a project of this magnitude that is literally going to impact our neighborhoods and our communities for the next 55 years, that these folks weren't notified about it. And with respect to Ms. Martin's claim that she responded to me, I want to be very clear about something. After Ms. Schatzo announced that this hearing was scheduled for April 14th, she put that up on April 1st, I believe, I emailed Ms. Schatzo every single day, asking her if she could please provide me with clarification about the proceedings today so that I could push that communication out to folks. She never responded to me. I finally, last Thursday, out of utter desperation, found an online directory for the Board of Public Works, and I started personally going down the phone list and calling people until I got a live person on the phone. So thank you to Agnes, who took my call and began the process of me getting the information that I need. And also thank you to Dr. Campos, who finally was able to intervene and provide us with the information that we needed. Ms. Martin did not respond to my email until Friday. And the response that she did provide was inadequate. So to be clear, appellants lost a full week of time to do outreach, to prepare our supplemental brief, to get our presentation team together. This is a significant development project, and it warrants the time and attention that a project of this magnitude should have. And I just find these due process violations unacceptable. Oh, we have problems over at the bridge. It hasn't even opened yet. And they can't comply with the good neighbor policy, and they can't get out adequate notification to the community. How are we supposed to trust that good neighbor policy from PAT, or that community hotline, is supposed to adequately address our concerns? It hasn't worked over at the bridge shelter, which is one of the reasons, if this is going to go forward, the community is asking for an enforcement remedy to ensure that if this area devolves into the same lawlessness as the other PAT project, we have the ability to get somebody's attention to do something about it. Because as it is now, PAT blames the city blames the county blames LASA. Nobody is accountable, and nobody will listen, which is why we are begging for you to take this seriously. And we've given you numerous legal and factual obligations or objections that should stop this project. And I think one of the most important ones is a conflict between what Krista Klein said initially and with what Ms. Martin said. On the one hand, they're saying we're going to serve the homeless in the Venice community, but on the other hand, if you look at the regulatory agreement, which it doesn't seem to me that anybody at BOE has ever actually read, paragraph 3.1 requires that this be for a target population of individuals living under a freeway. And as Tracy Carpenter mentioned during our presentation, we don't have a freeway. What the city is proposing to do here is to continue to funnel people who are not housing ready into our neighborhoods and house them in facilities where there are no requirements to accept services, to get sober. There's no accountability for criminal conduct that occurs off the property. The city won't even guarantee us that there's going to be a ban on people living in the facility putting up a camp on our sidewalks in front of our homes. That's just not acceptable. I think it's also really important to clarify this false narrative that the city has been promoting about this thing being part of Project Home Key. Back on December 7th, in the city administrative officer's report to the city council, and this is exhibit number 10 to the appellant's brief. You can read all of this information there. But the city identified initially 15 properties that would be part of Project Home Key. And Project Home Key, as the state project, requires an application process, and there are strict vetting criteria to qualify for that. And whether you get money and how much money you get depends on whether or not you meet certain criteria under the state program. 15 properties were purchased through the state program. The Ramada Inn across the street from my house is not one of those projects. The city happened to identify 5 additional properties that were struggling because of the pandemic and decided to scoop those up and slap the name Project Home Key on them so they could take advantage of certain exemptions, regulatory and environmental and other, and try to sneak this thing through. But this is not a Project Home Key location, and it is not entitled to the exemptions that BOE is claiming it's entitled to. We submitted Public Records Act requests to the State Department of Housing when we submitted them to the City Administrative Officer's office, asking for the Ramada Inn application documents related to Project Home Key. What we received in response from the City Administrative Officers is, to clarify, the properties listed in Attachment 1 to the Administrative Officer's report to the Council, the 5 additional properties, were not purchased using state funds, and no home key applications were submitted to the state for that purpose. And this document is attached as exhibit number 5 to the supplemental appeal. We got the exact same response from the state of California. They have never heard of the Ramada Inn Project Home Key because it's not a Project Home Key. And if the city doesn't even know what kind of a project this is, and they've never read the regulatory agreement, and they're already violating the good neighbor policy, they don't know what they're doing here. And we cannot allow them to continue with these failed policies and these properties that are impacting the public safety and diminishing the quality of our lives as residents and property owners and citizens in Venice. We all want to end homelessness, and we are happy to be part of the solution, but we are asking for reasonable conditions built into the permit to address our concerns. And I am more than happy to continue that dialogue with the city. I would love to negotiate with Mr. Jordan from the city attorney's office. I think that this is something that can be resolved, and I would personally like to set the city up for success here. So again, I thank you for your time and your consideration of our very serious and legitimate concerns. I know that this has been a very long hearing, and again, I would like to thank Dr. Campos for his time and his input. Thank you very much.
Man.
Thank you, Ms. Park. Thank you, Ms. Park's team. And thank you, Ms. Martin. Before we...
President, just for the record, that was right at 15 minutes. And just also, I believe Ms. Kerlin just joined us a few minutes ago. If you'd like to consider that at this time.
Certainly, if Ms. Kerlin would like to respond to the Bureau of Engineering's response to the presentation before, yes. Ms. Kerlin, are you there?
She is no longer there. JK? Nope. I saw her a couple of minutes ago and she's gone now.
Okay. Before we open up the floor to my colleagues, Mr. Jordan, General Counsel to the Department and Board of Public Works, would like to ask you if there is any particular insight or feedback you would like to offer based on the presentations and the deliberations heretofore.
No. For the record, I concur with the Bureau of Engineering's recommendations. I think staff has made it fairly clear. You know, this is an appeal of the Coastal Development Act permit, and so the issues before you is the sufficiency of those findings made in the Bureau of Engineering's final staff report, and their staff report provides the factual underpinnings of those findings. Should the board choose to deny the appeal and uphold the matter and then authorize the issuance of the CDP permit, those are items that are agendized before the board. Inherent in that would be that the board should also then affirmatively adopt that final staff report and the determinations and findings that are contained therein. That's inherent in what's already before you, but I just think it would be more proper for the board to spell that out. Again, should at the conclusion of this hearing it choose to deny the appeal and uphold the matter. And if that is the case, or if the board chooses to deny the appeal, then I can advise you on the procedural steps that take place after that. It's just something staff would take. But that's really, at this point, the only clarification that I feel, I need to make at this point. But I'm happy to hear, I'm happy to answer any further questions you or the other commissioners may have. Also, I believe my colleague Steve Martin is also here. He is a somewhat different role, and has worked directly with the staff in processing this matter. He is also in attendance.
Thank you, Ted. All right, so colleagues, I'm going to open this up. I would like to just confirm, I think, and I'm sorry, we all know Zoom, and I'm just making sure. So I see that I think Dexter O'Connell is here from CD11. Mr. O'Connell, are you here?
Mr. President, I do have him signed in.
Okay.
Not sure if you can hear us. Dexter, if you can turn on your mic, video cam.
While we're waiting for Dexter, I would like to confirm also that Ms. Harkley from PATH is
Hey, this is Dexter O'Connell from CD11. Sorry, I'm on the phone here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Yes, I'm here. I'm here and I've been here, so.
Okay, thank you. So I would love for you to stay available in case there are questions. There may not be any questions for you. Ms. Harkley from PATH, are you still with us?
Yes, this is Jennifer Herkeets with PATH.
Hi, I just wanted to confirm that you're with us in case folks have questions. Ms. Martin is still with us. I know we lost Ms. Curlin, but the appellants with Ms. Park's team are still with us. So I just want to confirm for everybody that there are people, that folks are available for questions, the parties of interest, as well as our applicant and the ultimate provider if the project goes forward. So I'd like to open this up for questions or comments from the commission. Just to be crystal clear, and this is not a matter of being, I don't know, I want to, this is not an exchange back and forth between us and between the commission and everyone else. If we have questions, we would ask for you to be there, but I would ask that folks refrain from jumping into the deliberations of the commission. So Vice President Garcia, I'd like to start with you. Do you have questions or comments going forward?
Thank you, President Good, and good afternoon to everyone. I appreciate everyone's comments and concerns, and the amount of work that went into today's deliberations has been very impressive by your group, Ms. Park. So, and everybody that came with you as well. I've been briefed on this. I think I have the big picture and the small picture about this. I have just a very tiny questions just so that it can fill in the gaps for me. One of my questions, and this is for Path, for Ms. Herkley, is how are residents going to be identified? We talked a lot about it, but I just didn't quite capture how that process was going to happen.
Sure. So all residents are identified through the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, through the outreach teams in conjunction with the discussion that CD11 had around the specific qualifications for getting in, which includes individuals who are COVID vulnerable, as well as individuals who, would help to settle the city's lawsuit with Judge Carter, which I have recently heard that they are going to release the freeway under an overpass as a requirement. So we are still waiting to see what that means for the surrounding neighborhood in Venice.
So what I understood from the conversation for the past couple hours, I guess one of the concerns that the residents have is by opening up this shelter, will it alleviate some of the encampments that are around that facility? Would we be able to see some kind of an impact after this room key has been opened, this project has been opened?
So it's not Path's jurisdiction on who actually goes in. So I might lend that to CD11 and see if Dexter can speak more to that around who the participants would be.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Jennifer and members of the board. This is Dexter from CD11, just confirming everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So the discussion about where exactly the residents are going to come from is one that we have started. It is our goal that the residents who go into this facility are residents of Venice. And so as part of that, Councilmember Bonin will be working with Judge Carter.
Dexter, I didn't quite hear it. These residents that would go into this project are what? I'm sorry? Are from?
Our goal for this is that individuals who go into this project are residents of Venice. And to that end, Councilmember Bonin is going to be working with Judge Carter as he has. But obviously the LA Alliance lawsuit, the Judge Carter case, will be an important factor as part of this. So the ball is still in the air on exactly what it is, but it's our goal that the individuals who are housed in this location are individuals who are currently resident in Venice. The goal of opening this shelter is to help to alleviate the crisis in Venice.
Understood. Thank you, Dexter, for that answer. And my second question to this is, there was a lot of conversation about the enforcement aspect of this, or what are some of the parameters and rules around what constituents living through this project room key would be able to do or not do. Ms. Herkley from Path, can you just briefly just say what are the kind of restrictions and parameters that these folks, once they come to live in this project room key, would have to adhere to?
Sure. Yes, thank you. So as an interim housing facility, the residents that live there work with our staff on site to identify a plan for permanent housing, which includes wraparound services. It could include mental health services, substance use services, life skills such as budgeting, employment opportunities, benefit enrollment. So everything's geared towards permanent housing. While they're there, we do have hours which we recommend folks are on site, which is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., that they're back by 8 p.m. We also have security overnight, security cameras that are monitored, and walks that are conducted a minimum of once an hour, 24/7 staffing. The residents will receive 3 meals a day, as was noted in some of the presentation. Those meals will be delivered twice a week by a vendor is our current plan, so no meal preparation will be done on site. They will just be stored in the individual rooms. The other things we offer is we provide transportation and transportation access so that people can get to medical appointments, connection to primary care. So it really is a full wraparound service for the 33 individuals that are living there, again, with the goal of moving them on to a permanent housing opportunity that they can financially sustain.
Thank you for that answer. Probably my last question for just now, because I'm just trying to, get the entire picture all together. Will you be, and this probably is in one of the reports too, will there be a contract or something with a security or patrol type of company?
Yeah, so we are currently contracted right now. The site is currently secured. Once we start operations, we will have a contract with the same vendor, we believe. We believe that that's been going okay. It's called Good Guard Security. So we use a variety of vendors throughout our site, but we do believe that this one would continue. So we've been contracted to secure this site since December 29th.
Okay, and that's not going to change, right, I imagine?
Correct.
Okay, that filled in some of the gaps I had with this entire project. I don't have any questions right now more, but I will, obviously we're still in the middle of deliberation, so I'm sure there'll be probably more questions that will arise. So with that, President Good, I just yield my time for my colleagues and most likely have other questions after.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis. You're muted, Mike.
Thank you, President Good. My questions are just basic gaps that I wanted to get more information on. The federal judge in the U.S. District Court asked the city to fulfill an obligation to provide a certain number of beds for the homeless, I would suspect, is what has been discussed. And so, did we have a timeline in terms of when we needed to fulfill this overall global obligation that we have? And I guess, I don't know, is that a question for BOE or?
I would appreciate it if Dexter responds to that question.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President Pro Tempore, the situation with that is that the city has to provide beds to meet certain benchmarks, including by July 1. Yeah, that's the next major benchmark.
So we need to have this project. Is this the timeline of the project in your area in Venice as well? Is July the time, the deadline?
The timeline for this project is to have it open as soon as possible. And so the goal is to meet that next deadline for the judge in order to be a part of that number of beds, which will help to fulfill the city's obligation. Yeah.
Okay. So we anticipate as soon as is humanly possible that you'll be able to do that.
If this project is approved by the board, that is our goal, to go forward immediately. PATH has plans that are in plan check with the city already, that are pending the board's approval of the coastal development permit. If the board decides to deny the appeal, as we are requesting, and move forward with the coastal development permit, then those plans will go through plan check and work will begin immediately.
Now, you've been involved with the neighborhood associations and the constituents in the area in terms of this project, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware in your liaisoning with both the Bureau of Engineering and the neighborhood groups about their concerns in terms of notification, right?
Yes, sir. I am aware of those concerns, and the Bureau of Engineering's explanation of how the original community meeting was postponed is accurate.
Got it. Okay, I wanted to ask Path a question in terms of, and thank you for that, Dennis.
No problem.
I wanted to ask Path a question about the program. We've obviously talked about security, which is a problem and a concern for any neighborhood, anywhere in America, quite frankly. And I empathize with the concerns that the constituents in Venice have about security. But also, as we look towards these wraparound services, I guess we get money from the county in some regards to help with those. You seem to have a lot of things going on in terms of how we can potentially manage it. I'm also hearing from everyone that we have a mix of various personalities who are reflected in who we have selected to be included in the home situation there. And I've been thinking that I've heard somewhere around 30 individuals are placed there. What are we doing in terms of mental health counseling and that kind of thing in the day in the operation of managing the program? Do we have social workers, for example? Representative for PATH, and I apologize for not having your name before me now, but if you could answer how our program works as it relates to the social work component of it. I do realize that you have people in place as it results to security, but I'm unclear about the other social work part of the program.
Sure, thank you. And it's Jennifer Harkdeep. Sorry for the confusion there. Yes. So we do have social workers on staff. I'm actually a social worker as well, so we're very social work driven as an organization. But the other connection that we have, you mentioned the county, is the Department of Mental Health. And so we work very closely with the Department of Mental Health so that folks have access to those, not just services on site that we could provide where it's therapeutic intervention, but that we also can get them into mental health treatment if needed, psychiatric services, really the whole wraparound support as it relates to the mental health component. And then just to clarify, yes, there's 33 rooms at the Ramada, so we anticipate 33 individuals.
In terms of a program perspective, do you see as a practitioner any gaps in terms of the program, not in terms of the security, because you guys have thoroughly discussed with us the various measures you have in terms of helping to manage the security, but in terms of the program, in terms of providing short-term or long-term treatment for those individuals for whom it's appropriate, do you see any gaps as a practitioner in what you're doing in terms of the lack of resources that you need to better manage the group that we have?
For me, working in LA County for a long time, that's a bigger question, I guess, because I think we all know that there is a need for more, say, mental health beds that are directly related to folks with really high mental health needs. I don't anticipate that that's who we're going to be serving here. We also have a partnership with Claire Matrix, which is in SPA 5 or Service Planning Area 5, that does allow us to do some coordination on outpatient and inpatient substance use treatment. So I think for the 33 individuals, we feel confident in the service approach. I think we've mentioned this to the neighbors and also to the council office. The size of this site, I think, allows us to provide a very robust amount of services, which, as you get larger, things change and your community changes. But in terms of the size of the site, we feel like it's adequate.
When I looked at the pictures that were shown in our presentation, in our PowerPoint presentation, it looks like there are a lot of individuals, obviously in the public right-of-way, in that homeless community around the area as well. Is that true? In terms of individuals who might be staying on the sidewalks around that area, I guess we have a lot of that there in front of the Ramada as well, or not really?
This is Dexter from Council District 11. That is not the case near the Ramada at this time. There are existing encampments near the Bridge home, but there are not any of significance near the Ramada at this time.
Okay.
And that's as of yesterday. I did go by yesterday to check. So.
And let me ask this question then. We are of the belief that the work that we are doing as a city in helping to get people in some housing situation is obviously much better for us than to have them out in an encampment situation, particularly in the midst of COVID-19. That is our belief, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously the court supports that effort, or we would not have been compelled to follow their instructions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we report our progress to the courts, or do we just give a quarterly report after we've done a certain segment of our instructions that we committed to?
It's both, sir. Whenever the judge would like a report, Councilmember Bonin and his colleagues on council in the city will provide information to the judge as per his request.
Now, let me ask, when we give those reports, do we receive any feedback, or do we just turn those reports into the court?
No, my understanding is that the judge bases his decisions on the content of those reports.
Now, to your knowledge, do you remember or recall any feedback from which we have received from the judge about what we're doing as it relates to our commitment here?
As to this specific location, I am not aware of anything. No, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is a problem that we all have to deal with, and none of us are exempt. I mean, even me, I deal with issues in our communities where I live, like everyone else in the city. We live near encampments. We'd love to have them managed better and more often. And we're going to work to communicate with city staff to make sure that that is done. It's not something that you can wave a wand at to do. My empathy goes out to the community who wants to have some coming together around better managing the homeless. I think we all want it. I certainly personally can say that I do. But I do want the community in Venice to know, as they present today, that certainly I'm hearing them, and I think that I basically understand their desires. I know that public safety is number one for them, and I don't take it lightly. And I take their complaints and their issues and observations seriously. And yet at the same time, I understand as an organization, as a city, that we are compelled to do something other than give a speech about the homeless, and other than just try to manage them in the public right of way. We have to take some action. We have to go to phase 2, which is we have to provide some place for them to be. And the burden is not one community's alone. Venice, unfortunately, will have to deal with the problem. The areas where I live, we have to deal with the problem. Other areas throughout the city have to deal with the problem. And we all have to create not a speech, but a place where homeless can be. And I think the judge has helped carry us to that phase 2. We made a commitment that we would follow through with it. This is not the answer. It's only a piece of what we have committed to do and the direction to where we want to go. But I don't support this with any callousness that we should not be responsible to make sure that we are safe, to make sure that we cause no harm to the community. And yet at the same time, I recognize it's tough, but it's still something that we are obligated to do based upon everything that has been presented to us today. So I thank you, Mr. President, for the time to ask a few questions to get a better understanding of where the city is with this and what it is that we're doing and how we're going to fulfill our obligations to the court. It's unfortunate that the court had to give us this assignment to create these housing opportunities. But here we are, and we have to deal with it.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Ms. Park and Mr. Carter, I'm not unaware that you have been raising your hands. I'm also empathetic to that. I will stress, we have given y'all and the applicants and the Bureau of Engineering a substantial amount of time, and we've heard everyone. This is the time for the commission to ask questions and do their process. I will certainly allow, if Commissioner Davis or President Pro Tem Davis wants to hear from y'all, again, respectfully, and I very much committed to y'all being heard, but it's very important that, you know, at some point, I mean, at some point we all.
If they have some comments, Mr. President, and you want them to comment, I'm here, I'm working, I'm here to work. So I'm here, no matter how long we have to be here. I figured that they have had months of collecting this information to share it with us. By all means, I am here to hear it.
All right, so Ms. Park, but I am going to limit just.
Yes, sir.
Because everybody's had some opportunities here. So
yes, sir.
Ms. Park and Mr. Carter. We'll go start with Ms. Park. She had her hand up first.
Thank you, President Good and Vice President Tempore Davis. There have been some misrepresentations made about the LA Alliance lawsuit, and I think it's important to have those clarified. Judge Carter issued a May 2020 injunction that had this requirement in it for the 6,000 bed commitment. That injunction was ultimately withdrawn by Judge Carter, and it is no longer the governing status of the case. Instead, what Judge Carter allowed the parties to do, the city and the county, was try to negotiate their own settlement and solution to this. Those negotiations have broken down, and the LA Alliance is now seeking Judge Carter to come back and issue a consent decree. One of the issues that Judge Carter is considering is the overconcentration of services in Skid Row and Venice. And so there is a significant possibility that as part of that decompression aspect to the LA Alliance, this project would be disfavored by Judge Carter. And I believe that no action should be taken on this until Judge Carter has had enough time to work with the parties to address and resolve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, did you have one other comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a brief comment. Because I sit on the Venice Neighborhood Council for the second time, I hear from all of the constituents, all of the stakeholders, all of the voters here in Venice. And I think that you guys probably have also seen news stories, because they've been once a week now, how we are overloaded over here. Without question, we all want people off the streets. But if you take all of the homeless and put them in one area, what do you think is going to happen to that area? And this is what's happening now to our 3.1 square miles of our community. And this is what we're asking you to consider. If you do not, if this particular facility does not happen, they'll find somewhere else to be able to create. It's not like if this doesn't happen, there will not be another place for homeless people to be. But we have so much, we are so saturated over here. I've used the analogies that a saturated sponge cannot pick up any water. And you cannot get 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. We are overloaded. And I just want you to consider that as you make this decision today. That's all. Because I'm hearing that from all of I received those phone calls. I received those emails. I received those stops in when I'm at the grocery store from the people that I live around in our community that I've been here 20 years. So this is what I'm asking you to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Commissioner Villegas.
I thank you. Thank you for everybody's attendance today's meeting. I appreciate the comments. I know you don't necessarily want to hear appreciation, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least thank you for your participation. It's our civic duty, like it is our public service duty, to also give you the best and thorough information as possible. And it sounds like we may have a difference of opinion on that. A common theme that I heard just taking notes as so many folks participated in today's meeting is possibly a lack of trust in government. It pains me to even say something like that, but I do hope that all of us as public servants who are listening do take this to heart because it is important for the residents. And if such a project is or is not going to happen, we still have an issue of cleanliness, an issue of responsiveness, an issue of being reactive and proactive to listen and to do better. I can go on to a different, set of questions. And I don't know if it's going to give everybody solace in my questions. We have a good partner in this project called PATH. They provide, good services, familiar with their work, but it won't negate the lack of trust that the residents have in our government right now. So I will defer my questions. I don't have anything left to say for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good, and echo a lot of the sentiments my colleagues have already expressed. Thank you to Ms. Park and everyone here for your time, efforts, and passion. I know that this is, personal for so many of you, as this is for all of us as well. We work for the city, but homelessness is also close to many of us who live here and know that it's such a tough issue to face when there's a balance of so many pandemics going on that we're constantly juggling, and in the past year hasn't helped. And we've seen how we're battling with numerous pandemics, COVID-19, the homelessness pandemic, and so many more. So I wanted to thank you all for that. And I did want to also just ask some follow-up questions from my end. I believe we have some other people from the city family who have joined us that I saw in our participants list here that I just wanted to ask a few questions on to help clarify on the record and some things that we heard that I thought might be helpful to the conversation. And so I think Ms. Barclay from the CAO's office, are you joining us now?
Yep, she's here with us.
Great.
Hi, everyone. My light in my apartment is really terrible. I'm sorry. Meg Barclay, I'm the homeless coordinator with the Office of the City Administrator.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Barclay, for joining us today. There was talk of just most recently right now, the Judge Carter order, and I know you work on this closely as one of our leads at the city. I was hoping you could help clarify and share whether or not, what you heard accurately reflects the record. I'm personally would like to know what the status is, and if you can add any more context and background as to where we are now and what is the city required or not required to do as it relates to Judge Carter's orders?
Sure. So, as you know, the Alliance lawsuit, and I apologize, my internet has been really spotty today, and so if I cut out, I'll try to be as consistent as possible. But just in advance, I'm a little nervous about losing my internet connection.
If necessary, though, we love seeing you, and those familiar with my meetings, I expect people to be on video when they're presenting. If you need to, take off video because we don't want to lose you.
Yeah, I might turn the video off really quick and try just to maintain some consistency of internet. So sorry. Okay, so really, as you know, the lawsuit was initially filed in early, probably March, I believe, of 2020. The lawsuit was filed by the Alliance for Human Rights against the city and the county of Los Angeles. In sometime, I believe, in late May or early June, the judge issued an injunction that would have required the city and the county and it was focused on people living underneath freeways, and would have forced the city and the county to create interventions, offer shelter to anyone living within 500 feet of a freeway, underpass, overpass, or ramp by September 30th, I believe, of 2020, and then clear any encampments from within those boundaries. After that injunction was issued, the city and the county were provided with an opportunity to enter into a mediation that was actually overseen by Judge Barat of the federal court here in Los Angeles, and I don't know all of the legal terms for it, but Judge Barat oversaw the mediation, and the city and the county came to an agreement to create 67.
We're losing you, Mag. So that's 67.
Well, by December.
Try again. We lost you for a second. But 6,700.
6,700 interventions. We use the word interventions because it can be beds or safe parking spaces or spaces in a safe sleep type of situation or a permanent housing unit. So we tried to find as general a term as possible. But 6,700 new homeless interventions. Well, 6,000 new interventions, 700 that are in existing agreements with the county. It gets really technical. I'm trying to simplify, but it's hard. That basically within 18 months of of June 16th, when the agreement was entered into between the city and the county, we came to an agreeable term sheet. And the first 6,000 of those interventions are supposed to be online by this Friday, April 16th of 2021. That's 10 months from the date that the term sheet was signed by the city and the county. And then another 700 need to be online by the end of by December 16th of this year. So we're in the process now of watching that 5,300 number. We're very close as of today. We have put in the request to confirm with the county that these are going to be open and occupiable. That's the term in the memorandum of understanding between the city and the county that sort of memorializes that June 16th agreement. The city is, under that agreement, the city is basically responsible for all of the costs to establish the interventions. The county and the county will pay up to $60 million a year for the operating costs of these interventions, and the city would have to pay any operating costs over that amount. So we are, as I said, we believe that we will have 5,300 new interventions by Friday, and we're in the process of validating all of that. The types of interventions I can say that are a part of the agreement include safe parking, include interim housing sites, typical kind of non-congregate or congregate interim housing sites. Also, the tiny home or pallet shelter villages you may have been hearing about. We also have project home key sites like the Ramada is a big part of the of our interventions going forward. Also, project room key sites that have been extended past the date that they were expected to expire during this period of time. So if we had not extended them, those beds would not be available. Those are also being counted towards the this number, this 5,300 number. But we are that is the agreement right now that exists as it relates to the Alliance lawsuit. After and there's still a more global settlement that has to be reached or that is in the process of has been under negotiation for a long time since this initial agreement related to that injunction was arrived at. That on those settlement talks, as you saw in the LA Times this week, are ongoing, but nothing has been finalized.
Thank you, Ms. Barkley, for kind of just giving us an update on where we are with that. And then I know this was kind of stated earlier during Ms. Martin's presentation, but I just kind of wanted to bring it back up to the surface so I'm making sure I understand this correctly. And Ms. Martin, feel free to answer as well if this question more applies to you. But if we don't get these beds up and running by the deadline this summer, will we be required to pay a fee or an amount? I think I read that somewhere in the board report, and I believe you mentioned that in your testimony as well. Did I understand that correctly?
It's more about funding that we would not be receiving because the county's sort of agreement, what their role in this is to provide funding for the services. And so if we do meet this 5,300 deadline, we would receive an $8 million bonus from the county. We've also been receiving the agreement that's been provided over the course of this fiscal year as well. And then as of July 1st of every year, the county is going to be requesting another accounting of all of the interventions that are in place or expected to be in place within 60 days of the beginning of every fiscal year. And for every unit or intervention less than that, they would take $10,000 off the $60 million annual allocation that they committed to under the agreement. So the county's commitment is to provide funding to the city for services. The city's commitment is to also fund services and also support all of the capital costs associated with building and establishing these interventions.
That's really helpful.
There's not a penalty I'm aware of from the city side if we do not meet the deadlines associated with this MOU between the city and the county. It's more that there's not money we would pay, it's more money that we would not receive from the county.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And I think that's really helpful for my understanding of this, because we know that, homelessness is not, a city problem. It's not a county problem. It's not even a state problem. It's a national problem. So all these dollars really matter in terms of what's at stake here. So that's helpful for you to share. And I know I see Mr. Fuentes is on too. And I just want to take a step back to, I know what the item that is before us is specifically in Venice, but I just want to take a step back to better understand and maybe share and maybe hopefully summarize that what are the other efforts happening citywide around homelessness. I know that there's more projects beyond just the ones that are happening in Venice. And so that might be just helpful to take a step back. Would you be able to share that, Mr. Fuentes? I know you work closely on them, and Ms. Barkley, feel free to add as well.
Sure. So over the past year, the city undertook efforts to provide the bridge homes, of which 100 Sunset was part of that. The Bureau of Engineering delivered 15 of those communal type shelters. We're now embarked in an effort to deliver tiny home villages. We have completed 2 with Alexandria Park up in the San Fernando Valley, delivered yesterday. And we are currently working on 4 others. We have also put 1 other additional site for bid. And we have about another 5 or 6 in the planning and design stages. So far we've delivered 250 beds, and we expect about another 1,000 beds to be delivered here in the next 3 to 4 months with the completion of 4 or 5 more projects.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. And those are, you just mentioned one is in the Valley, and it sounds like there's some in other parts of the city.
Yeah, so just to expand on that, so Jose's talking about the pallet shelter tiny home sites that BOE is constructing now pursuant to the, as a part of this agreement. We've also got a lot of other beds that have been funded in across many council districts. I'd say like the amount of beds that we're adding in the Valley is really unprecedented. For example, there are council districts that had no new shelter sites 2 years ago that have added hundreds of beds in the last 2 years. Like that, it's just a really incredible expansion of services in the Valley, especially. We also have the Project Home Key sites are also all over the city. There's, I'd say, not one in every council district, but in every part of the city. There's sites. There's a site in San Pedro. There are sites in South LA. There are sites in Northeast LA. Or East LA. There are sites in the Valley, West Valley, and East Valley. So, like, they are definitely spread all over the city, the home key sites. And we do have pretty good coverage with room key as well. So this has been a very broad program, and all of the council offices have targets that they are supposed to be meeting as a part, or they all have their individual plans as a part of this effort to establish 6,700 new interventions. Each council office has plans related to this work, and so it's actually been it is a very, probably I'd say the most sort of geographically diverse effort that we've had.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay.
If I might follow up on that just a moment, Board Member Caloza. In CD11, speaking of Project Home Key sites, we have not just this site, but we also purchased a location in Westchester near LAX, which obviously is not in the coastal zone. And we've also identified 4 other locations that we hope to purchase with the next round of Project Home Key money, which is coming in June. So we are not focusing exclusively on Venice. We are working on getting shelter in every area of Council District 11, including through the Project Home Key program.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Thank you, Ms. Barclay. I appreciate that kind of like overview and bringing us back to what's happening more broadly in CD 11. And then I just also wanted to ask, hopefully just a few last questions here. I think, is Mr. Martin, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to clarify this too, because I know it's been brought up a few times now, just around process, notification, what's been made available to appellants. But I know you work closely on this, but can you just talk a little bit about BOE's process and whether or not you thought that they met their requirements as it relates to the code and any other regulation that I know you've been closely tracking with them?
I would need to defer actually to BOE on its processes that it followed. So I would ask perhaps Maria Martin to explain them, or Eileen should so.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me jump in. So again, as I said it earlier, we're concurring in the recommendations here. that the Bureau has presented, including the process issues that have been brought up in this hearing and in the, so, but if the Bureau wants to elaborate on what its processes are, obviously you can ask them that.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's been brought up already, and I know Ms. Martin mentioned it in her presentation, but I thought it just would be helpful to reiterate again. I was just browsing through the website, for instance, that was referenced, and thought that there was a lot of information there in terms of when board hearings were, past recordings, documents available, clearly outlined and accessible, as well as their contact information. And so I wasn't sure, maybe Ms. Martin, I don't know if there was anything more you wanted to add on that end.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify again that the hearing notices were compliant with the Los Angeles Municipal Code. As I did state at the onset of our hearing, or at the onset of my presentation, we held 2 public meetings because we did identify that indeed an error in the mailing radius had occurred. And so in addition to that, also to provide additional opportunity for public input. That is why there were 2 hearings for this particular project. And we did do the mailings to a robust list of interested parties, in addition to the radius mailing, which was corrected for the second hearing so that it would be, the radius mailing would be from 100 feet of the property boundaries. In addition to that, let me correct the record if I may, if I need to. Regarding the notification for the this particular public hearing, we also conducted robust mailing for the notification of the public hearing. We did provide an email blast, and we did mail out hard copies of the notices.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I don't think I have any further questions. I appreciate everyone's time on this. I know it's close to 3 p.m. here, so I don't want to belabor any other points that have been already made, and know that we've taken a significant amount of everyone's time, but just wanted to say thank you again, and really appreciate everyone's efforts. And I know Maria and Ms. Martin touched on this, and we say, you know, BOE as a team, and they definitely are a team. They're a bureau, but they have, you know, been significantly impacted due to COVID, not COVID-19, but due to retirements. And so I know that it's fallen on specifically one staff person to handle all this work and all these requests. And I know, and I've worked with her closely on this, I've seen her go really above and beyond to respond to as many of the requests as humanly possible. She has, and Ms. Martin as well, spends many of her days off working on this, including last week when she was on vacation. And so just wanted to thank you. And I know this is a really tough challenge for everyone to talk about, and there's a lot of factors, but I just wanted to thank the 2 women behind this effort specifically for all your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. I'm going to take a little more of folks' time. I think first off, I do want to just, you know, at the risk of potentially seeming patronizing, because I feel like this has been said, but I do want to say it. I think the clear context of this conversation is, you know, an existential crisis right in front of our collective faces every single day. I'm actually extremely familiar with the neighborhood we're speaking of. I have probably spent 3/4 of my birthdays since my early 20s at CNO Trattoria. At least half of the Mother's Days and Easters at 26 Beach. On big nights, we go to Scopa. And when my stomach feels like it's ready for some spice, I hit Akbar. And so I know the neighborhood very, very well. I also lived in Venice for 18 years before moving to another neighborhood on the west side, a neighborhood where literally in the path of our daily dog walks, a not unsubstantial set of encampments and long line of RVs have materialized seemingly overnight. And so I hate it when people say that they understand because we all have our own personal experiences with this, but I certainly empathize and feel personally the experience that we're having across the city, that we're all having across the city. And that's very real. And so I do hear and appreciate what we've heard from the appellants, and appreciate also the amount of work that has been put into it, and the deliberateness and the thoughtfulness of the case that's been made. I do have a few questions for folks. Ms. Herkley, just wanted to talk a little bit more, actually, well, two things. One, as the service provider for the Sunset Bridge home site, are you there, by the way? I should check before we start. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't assume you left, but I didn't want to start asking a question and then realize that you were had stepped away. Could you just speak a little about the distinction between what we have at the ABH site at Sunset and what would be the potential site at the Ramada Inn, both in terms of operations, safety implications, etc.?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. So the site at Sunset is for 154 individuals in a congregate setting. And directly across the street, the site opened actually in February of last year, so right before COVID hit. There is a parking lot for the Gold's Gym that used to be fully occupied, as that was a robust business. As soon as COVID hit and things shut down, an encampment started to grow there that was not related to the Bridge home. And many of the calls, actually, as they relate to homeless, what we've been trying to work on is actually separating those out for those that are directly related to our site versus those that are related to the encampment. But due to the proximity, our staff and our security is consistently interacting with both the residents inside as well as, of course, the folks living unhoused outside. That we see to be very different now, with Ramada, also hopefully with things reopening, with the stay-at-home order being lifted and our tier being lowered. So that's one huge change for us. The size of the site, as I mentioned, and then this is a non-congregate setting, so folks will have their own private space. We anticipate that will mean that folks will not be out in the community as much. A lot of times, although the Venice site is large, people are, they need to kind of have some privacy, some private space, and that cannot happen in a congregate setting. So we see that as a difference as well. The other thing I'd like to highlight is that we have had 43 exits to permanent housing from the site on Sunset. It's not as high, of course, as we'd like to see percentage-wise, but I'd like to just correct that it has not been 7. Not sure where that 7 number came from. But I think some of that is the flow into permanent housing, and as Meg has shared, there are so many resources coming on now, and COVID, one of the things I think it taught all of us as providers, as well, is that we can actually get things online very quickly. And so we're excited about that momentum, so we can continue to see more permanent exits from both sites into permanent housing.
Thank you, Ms. Herkley. Can you also talk a little further just about the safety public, or what we would call necessarily safety considerations and planning for this potential site at the Ramada?
Yeah, sure. So I'll revisit some of what I think the city shared. One of the things that we recognized when we were asked to do a walkthrough of this site was the egress onto Harrison. So we have recommended, and our plans show that we will be completely stopping any type of pedestrian or vehicle entrance onto Harrison. So all access will be from the Washington thoroughfare. The other thing we identified was not just to stop that access, but actually to put a landscape wall there that doesn't have access to Harrison, so you can't even walk through a pedestrian gate. So our hope was that it would actually reduce the flow of traffic and allow for us to maintain more safety by making sure that people weren't coming in and out of that area. If you haven't seen the site, it has a very low wall that's actually, it's a gate that's retractable, and so you can easily kind of just walk over that wall. So we did think that that would be beneficial both for the residents on Harrison as well as our residents. We can use that space, communally, and really make sure that folks are accessing public transportation and all of those through Washington. The other thing, I spoke with the owner while the city was beginning the purchase, and we did add security overnight, which they were not using. They did have staffing overnight, but not a security firm. Their cameras were not, they were using some cameras, but we have a pretty robust security camera plan so that we can also see access to the neighborhood, not just on side the property. So that's helpful for, I think, both residents of Harrison, as well as the other communities, the businesses around the community, to see if there's anything happening. We can go back and look at that footage, as well as those will be monitored regularly by staff. And another thing we've recognized is that is really helpful on our other sites too, is just the regular patrols. So that will be implemented at this site as well, and is currently being implemented by the current guards that are there 24/7. So those are some of the mechanisms that we've identified for the particular site.
Okay, that's really helpful. My father, I don't know what Pat's involvement is in this. So my father lives downtown across the street from a Project Room Key site, which in disclosure is actually working, that site, in my estimation, I'm there at least a couple times a week, he's disabled, is actually working very well. Is there any meaningful distinction between the sort of operations, and maybe this is a Meg Barkley question as well, between the operations and just functionality of Project Room Key sites versus Project Home Key sites? And be as anecdotal or as quantitative as you'd like. And maybe the answer is none, but I'm just curious because that's a particular experience that I have.
I mean, I can take this from, there's definitely sort of, Project Room Key is a very cobbled together program where the city has agreements with the hotels. We're basically, paying an occupancy cost for the hotels, where a service provider is kind of leading a staff that's cobbled together of nursing staff, security staff, food being brought in from offsite, and then disaster service workers that are also supporting that work so that we can spread out the specialist service provider staff across more hotels. I think Project Home Key, because the service providers will be able to provide, basically they control the site from the bottom up. I think that will, I think that will enhance the ability for the operations of the hotel to just be a lot more seamless. That's my perception, but Jennifer, you can, as one of the operators of both, you can obviously chime in on that from a more personal level.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same, that we do see this site as operating very similar to a Project Room Key site, which we did operate and are helping to demobilize and help permanently house for a few right now. So I think the non-congregate setting makes an enormous difference. Throughout the state, we run a variety of congregate settings. And so Project Room Key was actually our first kind of experience in running non-congregate, and we see them as vastly different programming opportunities. Again, back to the privacy and the dignity of having their own room, the ability to self-regulate, the ability for staff to, have interactions with individuals that are not in the general milieu. It just creates a completely different atmosphere and community. So we are taking the lessons that we learned from those Project Room Key sites into this site.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Meg. Sticking with that for a second, I want to just address really quickly a question that Ms. Park has raised, which is around the home key designation. And Meg, this is really for you. Project Home Key and the state funds and the 15 initial sites that were purchased, that was with the state funds. The additional sites, which as the city, we are simply continuing to call Home Key, are funded by CARE funds, which is the basis under which, I think it's called the Banking Act, are also afforded the same exemptions. Is that correct as Project Home Key sites?
I'm not clear on what the exemptions are that you're referring to, but I will say that Home Key, the state Home Key program was required a match from the city in order to purchase the sites. We applied to the state with, actually it's the initial 10 hotels that received funding from the state that was matched with city funding. It was both coronavirus recovery, COVID recovery funding, the CRF funding that was CARES Act funding to put out the RFP, and then we used some of our CARES Act funding as the match. Once we had received the results of our applications to the state, the city council and the mayor had initially set aside, I believe it was $150 million for us to use to purchase hotels through the Home Key program. We had additional funding left over from the match funding that was needed to the state, because that was the very, the city CARES portion was pretty, the state CARES portion was very generous. And so we used the CRF, the remainder of that CRF funding that had been set aside for Home Key to purchase an additional 5 hotels outright with just the city funding. And then also 3 commercial properties that will also be used as interim housing in Council District 9. And I will say, so they are the regulatory agreements and all of the documentation that was recorded, the liens recorded against the sites, the deed of trust, the regulatory agreement, and one other document that I can't remember the name of right now. But all of those are the same, regardless of whether the state funding was provided for the site or not. We applied the same terms. They all have the same requirements to be used as interim housing for a period of time. And then converted to supportive housing after that period of time, subject to approval of the city and subject to confirmation of financing. But the conversion plan would all also have to be approved by the city before they could change the use, because of the regulatory documents recorded against the site.
And was this a distressed hotel, Meg?
I'm not sure I know what the definition of a distressed hotel is, but I will say, I mean, we would have, like any hotel that was willing to sell to us rather than continue to operate as a transient hotel obviously did the math and figured that they, couldn't continue with it. Was financially preferable to them to sell the property as opposed to continuing to operate its use. We did have a lot of hotels we reached out to that, were not willing to sell because they were in a better financial position, I'm assuming.
And we initially were looking at much bigger hotels, correct? But those proved...
That was more for a room key to get sort of the efficiency, because those agreements, the occupancy agreements in particular, are really complicated. And we don't have that with hotels that we would be purchasing and then just operating as opposed to paying, hotel costs and then staying in a program on top of it. So we didn't have, and so the smaller hotels just allowed us to get more spread around the city. Larger hotels were going to be a lot more expensive, although we did purchase a couple of large hotels. But they were just going to a lot more expensive, and then concentrating that money in one place. And so this way we're able to get more locations in more space around the city.
Okay. And then can you give, be it anecdotal or general, a geographic layout of where Project Home Key sites are and I mean, just like, what's the density like in other council districts?
Sure. So the hotels, there's one hotel in Council District 1. That's one of the larger ones. It has 81 rooms. There are 2 hotels in Council District 3 in the Valley, with a total of 108 rooms. There are actually the rooms. I'm going to get these wrong. Sorry. I think that the one in CD1 has more than 90 rooms. We have there's 10% of the rooms are being renovated right now to meet the ADA requirements that come with the state money, and we're applying those to the city sites as well. So there's 10% of the rooms have to be accessible to people with physical disabilities and 4% to sensory disabilities. So I'm looking at the number of rooms that are going to be coming online in the near term versus the ones that are going to be added later when those upgrades are done. See, nothing's simple. But there's one large hotel in CD1, 2 hotels in CD.
Oh, Margaret or Meg, you said we got CD1 and then we lost it CD2.
Okay, CD3, there are 2 hotels with more than 100 rooms in those. There's a hotel, one of the first sites that we've established for homeless shelter in CD12. There are, I think, 3 sites in CD6. One in CD13. There's 1 in CD10, 2 in CD14, 1 in CD8. And then one in CD7. I think that's all.
Okay.
1 in CD15. Sorry, I'm just looking right now. And then obviously the 2 in CD11.
Right. Okay. The second one in Westchester. Okay. Forgive everyone what hopefully didn't seem like a particularly sprawling bunch of questions. What I'm trying for my own edification to get to is, frankly, the issue which is before us, which is that, which despite the sort of predicate matter that we've been talking about, which is this existential crisis of the unsheltered in the city of Los Angeles, a housing crisis, et cetera. Colleagues, what is before us today and what we're voting on is specifically an appeal relative to BOE's determination that this project merits a coastal development permit. And as I look at these things, and I say all this very respectfully, around access, and the need to protect access and coastal access, you know, it seems potentially, I mean, there certainly was a willing seller with this hotel. And we are talking about 33 hotel rooms. And these are potentially, these are folks who can be productive members of society. I presume that. We may not all agree on that, but who also merit access. And if we look very, you know, if we look at the actual, if we look at the California Coastal Act, and I appreciate Ms. Rudisil pointing this, you know, alluding to this, you know, in carrying out the requirement of Section 4 of Article 10 of the California Constitution, maximum access which shall be conspicuously posted and recreational opportunity shall be provided for all the people. The people that are going to be, would be recruited here, whether or not they're right there on Washington Boulevard or not, they are going, they, at least our understanding is that these will be people in Venice for all people. And I would argue potentially that, you know, in the grand scheme, the point with home key and other interventions is to get people off the street. We do have a basic zero-sum game at some point in CD11, in Venice, citywide, which is if we are uncomfortable with people on the street and in encampments, then we have to put them in beds, and we have to provide beds. And if people are in beds versus on the street, then that is a threat of access. That is less people on the street impeding access potentially to the coast. And you know, I do think, and because it's been said a number of different times, that you know, that the city is just continuing to do the same thing, and I would respectfully differ with that narrative in that this is actually different. There is a very significant distinction between the ABH site on Sunset and the Ramada on Washington. These are very different operations. You know, and that is relevant, certainly from an access standpoint. And it's relevant from a public safety standpoint, in my estimation, which is one of the key elements here as well. From a public safety standpoint, as I alluded to, I know it, I live it every day on the west side as well. That's not material to anybody here, I'm just saying it. And it is real. But this potential project and its applicability under the Coastal Act is not dispositive either way in terms of public safety, in my estimation. And if we extend the logic that we've gotten from the appeal, then there are no interventions in terms of beds that will ensure public safety. And I don't believe that. I'm not convinced, again, respectfully, that creating a home key site at a 33-room hotel with 24-hour security is actually going to undermine public safety versus actually helping public safety. In terms of the cumulative effects, you know, simply put, again, while I fully recognize the concerns of everyone here, and you've done a great job, I'm not persuaded that this project is going to have the cumulative effect of undermining the special community that is Venice. That is not clear to me. In terms of tourism, the way we actually address the concerns of folks who are unhappy with, and everyone is, people on the street and encampments, is to have people in beds. And this is an effort to get there. So again, while I very much appreciate the effort and the narrative and the conversation we've had here, I will be crystal clear in saying that I'm not persuaded, in the context of what is before us, I'm not persuaded that this coastal development permit is not, is violative of the obligation to provide findings consistent with the Coastal Act. And so I would ask if any of my colleagues have additional questions. But with that, I would be prepared to introduce a motion as amended to include, Mr. Jordan, you suggested we actually add one more recommendation, is that correct?
Well, or modify, I think it was the recommendation number 3, either 1 or 3, both relate to the action the board would take that relates to the appeal on the coastal development permit. Recommendation number 2 is really relates to seeking. Recommendation number 4 relates to the administrative record, which is really more of a sequel issue. So, to actually answer your question, I would recommend, if the board wanted to proceed with the denial of the permit, that the recommendation. Now, I would pick number 1, to amend to include in the action taken by the board, consider the appeal, deny the appeal if that's the board's action, and to adopt the, I believe it was translated for the final staff report, and the findings contained therein as the action of the board. If that's the direction, if that's the direction the board wants to.
Dr. Campos, you there? I know you're there, but.
Yes, I am. I got all that.
Okay. I will introduce a motion. I will motion now to approve the item, deny the appeal, and adopt the staff report as final.
I'll second that.
With a second from Commissioner Villegas. We will I would like to take votes on this. Vice President Garcia.
It's a yay.
Okay. Thank you. President Pro Tem Davis. You're muted, Mike.
Yeah, as I have discussed, this is a very important issue, and it's not about what we don't want personally to feel comfortable. It's about our obligation. And as we always are taught, we have to ask who would do what. I would ask, what would Dr. Martin Luther King do? And then I would answer that housing the homeless would be what we should do. So I would vote yes on this.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. And Commissioner Colosa?
My vote would be yay, and just want to thank everyone for all your time today and for all the work that you put into this. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no objections, that is a unanimous 5-0 vote to adopt the item as amended and deny the appeal and adopt the staff report as final.
President Good, if I can suggest, in accordance with the board's procedural rules, do you consider whether or not you want to take this action?
Lost you at the end, Ted, for some reason.
I'm sorry. Consistent with the board's procedural rules, I suggest you consider whether the board wishes to take this action forthwith or not.
I'm sorry, I thought I said that, and yes.
I'm sorry. You may have, and maybe the sound cut out on my end.
So with all yays, the item is adopted forthwith. And I also want to thank Ms. Barclay for joining us. Thank you, Ms. Klein. Thank you, Mr. O'Connell. Thank you, Ms. Harkley. Thank you, Ms. Martin, and all the folks at BOE. And thank you, Ms. Park. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you, Ms. Rudisil, Ms. Carpenter, Mr. Sanders. Probably and invariably a hollow thank you, but I do very much appreciate you being here and putting it out, and appreciate that. And you do have our commitment to work with you, and never hesitate to reach out. So thank you. With that, I believe our decks are cleared for today's agenda. Is that correct, Dr. Campos?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, very much for so much time, and this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.